Imagine going through your whole day without truly being awake. You move from task to task, checking your phone, doing what's expected, reacting to everything around you, but never really choosing anything for yourself. Be honest. How many times have you finished the day wondering where your time went, feeling like you were busy but achieved nothing that truly mattered? The way you live each day becomes the way you live your life. If you spend your time without intention, without focus, without values guiding your actions, then your life will drift. You will wake up one day and realize you've been on autopilot, not living, just existing. But it doesn't have to be this way. Today, you're going to learn how to take back control. You're going to discover 12 powerful lessons from Stoicism, lessons that will help you live with purpose, act with clarity, and stop being a slave to distractions and emotions. These are not just ideas. They are tools used by warriors, emperors, and thinkers for centuries to face chaos with calm and turn weakness into strength. Get ready, because after this video, you will never see your day the same way again. But before we begin, I want you to pause. I want you to decide that you are done with drifting, that from today forward, you choose to live on purpose. Go to the comments and write, "Starting today, I am taking control of my life. I am Stoic." This isn't just a sentence, it's a decision, a turning point. The more you say it, the more you believe it. And once you believe it, you begin to act on it. So write it down and let's begin. Number 1. Conduct a cognitive audit of your default routines. Stop what you're doing for just a moment and ask yourself this question. How much of what I do every day is truly my choice? Not what you think you've chosen. Not what looks like a choice from the outside. I'm talking about the little things. The things you do so often, so automatically, that you don't even realize you're doing them. What time you eat, what apps you open first, how you respond when someone annoys you, what you tell yourself when you're tired, the exact order you do things in the morning. Have you ever stopped to examine those moments? Most people haven't. And that's exactly why most people live on autopilot. Autopilot doesn't feel dangerous at first. In fact, it feels comfortable, familiar, predictable. But over time, it turns your life into a loop. You start each day like you're pressing play on a routine you didn't write, and then wonder why you feel stuck, lost, or unmotivated. If you want to take back control of your day, if you want to live like a Stoic, with reason, with purpose, with discipline, then the first thing you must do is see your patterns clearly. All of them, even the ones you're not proud of, especially the ones you're not proud of. This is your first mission. Conduct a cognitive audit of your routines. What does that mean? It means you sit down with a clear mind and no distractions, and you study yourself. You look at your day like a scientist. You don't judge. You don't make excuses. You observe. You ask, what do I do each day without thinking? And why do I do it? You'll start to notice things. You'll notice that you reach for your phone, not because you need to, but because you're avoiding silence. You'll see that you eat not when you're hungry, but when you're bored. You'll catch yourself reacting to texts before you've had time to think. You'll see that you've built your mornings, not with intention, but with habits you inherited, maybe from your past, from your environment, or simply from doing the same thing too many times. And here's the powerful truth. Just because something is familiar doesn't mean it's right. Stoicism teaches us to live according to reason, not impulse. To make choices based on values, not moods. But you cannot live that way if you are unconscious of your habits. You must look at them, question them, decide which ones stay and which ones go. Start small. For the next few days, write things down. Carry a notebook or use your phone's notes app. Track your reactions. What do you do when someone interrupts you? How do you feel when your alarm goes off? What's the first thing you eat? How long do you spend scrolling before you even speak a word out loud? Don't try to fix everything at once. Just gather information. Awareness comes first. Change comes later. Seneca, one of the great Stoic minds, once said, "Most powerful is he who has himself in his own power." But how can you have power over yourself if you don't even know what you're doing most of the time? This audit is not a punishment. It's a gift. It's the act of taking your life off of autopilot and placing your hands firmly back on the wheel. It's the decision to stop living like a passenger in your own story and start being the author. And here's the thing. Once you begin to notice these habits, you'll never be able to unsee them. That's a good thing, because once you become conscious, you can become intentional. You can replace reaction with response, impulse with reason, habit with principle. Don't rush this. Don't treat it like a checklist. Treat it like a ritual. Each moment you observe without judgment, you are sharpening your mind. You are practicing discipline. You are building the inner strength that Stoicism is all about. So tonight, before you sleep, take 10 quiet minutes and walk through your day in your mind, step by step. What did you do? What did you say? What did you feel? And most importantly, why? Then tomorrow, repeat the process. Do it again and again, until your unconscious routines start to feel visible, until you start to recognize the difference between the things you do and the things you choose. That's where true freedom begins. Not by doing more, but by noticing more. Seeing clearly, acting intentionally, choosing who you are, moment by moment, habit by habit. You can't live like a Stoic if you're sleepwalking through your life. So wake up, audit your day, reclaim your choices. Because nothing is more dangerous than a life lived by default, and nothing is more powerful than a mind that chooses its own path. Number 2, reverse engineer your ideal emotion for the day. Let's ask a question most people never think to ask themselves. How do I want to feel today? Not what do I want to do? Not how many tasks I want to complete. But how do I actually want to feel as I move through the day? Do I want to feel calm? Do I want to feel focused, energized, clear, in control? Think about that, because every action you take leads somewhere. Every habit you keep, every person you spend time with, every environment you enter, each one carries emotional weight. Each one shapes your inner state. So why are we building schedules without building states? The Stoics understood something most of the world has forgotten. We are not just creatures of action. We are creatures of emotion. And if we do not learn to direct our emotional state, we become its slave. We let the world decide for us how we feel, instead of designing that feeling from within. This is your new challenge. Don't just plan your day, design your state of being. Instead of starting the morning by listing your tasks, start with this simple question. What do I want to feel today? Then go backwards. Work in reverse. Engineer your day around that desired feeling. Let's say you want to feel focused. What supports focus? Silence, clean space, minimal distractions. Maybe a walk alone before your first meeting. Maybe a notebook beside you instead of a phone. Maybe choosing not to say yes to every request that pulls your attention away. Or maybe you want to feel calm. What creates calm? Not rushing. Being early instead of late. slowing your breath, avoiding arguments with people who always bring chaos, leaving white space in your calendar, drinking tea slowly instead of caffeine in panic. You begin to see, feeling is a result, not an accident. You don't just wake up calm, you build calm. You don't just get focused, you structure focus. Marcus Aurelius did this in his own way. Each morning, he reminded himself of what he would face. People who were selfish, cruel, angry, or ignorant. But he didn't let that throw him off. He prepared his state. He chose calm. He decided, they cannot disturb my peace unless I give them permission. That is reverse engineering. It is choosing the result first and then selecting the inputs that lead you there. It's not just smart, it's stoic. Most people think they need to do more to feel better. But the truth is, sometimes they need to do less, but with more intention. Imagine the difference between 2 days. In one, you rush from meeting to meeting, your head full of noise, your heart full of anxiety. In the other, you create space. You slow down. You say no to what doesn't matter. You move from task to task with clarity. Which day leads to peace? Which one was designed? Now imagine applying this every morning. You wake up, sit in silence for 5 minutes, and ask yourself, what emotion will serve me best today? Not what you're feeling already, what you want to feel. That's the difference between being reactive and being intentional. That's the difference between emotion controlling you and you commanding emotion. Write it down. One word, just one. Calm, strong, bold, grateful. Then make decisions that protect that word. Choose your inputs. Choose your pace. Choose your people. Yes, this takes effort, but so does anxiety. So does overwhelm. The difference is that one is chosen and one is allowed to grow wild. Stoicism is not about pretending emotions don't matter. It's about mastering them. It's about training your inner world like you would train a muscle. And it starts with one decision. Stop letting the world build your emotions for you. Build them yourself. So tomorrow morning, before the phone, before the rush, before the tasks and the noise, ask yourself, how do I want to feel? Then ask the harder question, what must I do to feel that way? This is not selfish. This is not soft. This is strategy. And the Stoics were nothing if not strategic with their energy, their thoughts, and their days. So don't leave your emotional state to chance. Engineer it. Live by it. Protect it. Because when you control how you feel, you control how you act. And when you control how you act, you begin to control the outcome of your life. And that, my friend, is the beginning of power. Number 3, set micro-intentions at natural transitions. Life doesn't change in the big moments, it changes in the small ones, the ones you hardly even notice. It's not just the big decisions that shape your day. It's not the new job, the big move, or the bold leap that defines how you live. It's the little things, the way you open a door, the way you start a task, the tone you use when you say, "Good morning," the seconds right before you speak, the quiet gap between one activity and the next. That's where your life is being built, moment by moment. But here's the problem. Most people rush through those moments. They never stop to notice them. They go from task to task, room to room, conversation to conversation, never pausing, never deciding how they want to be in the next thing they do. That's why they feel like life is just happening to them, because in a way it is. But you're not most people. You're here to do something different. You're here to take your power back by using one small but powerful tool, the micro-intention. A micro-intention is exactly what it sounds like, a tiny intention, set just before a transition, before you walk into a room, before you open your laptop, before you respond to a message, before you make a call or start a meeting. It's a short sentence you say to yourself, a decision about how you want to show up in that exact moment. You don't need anything fancy, just a simple thought like, I will stay calm, or I will give my full attention, or I will lead with patience. That's it. One clear, honest sentence. It takes less than a second to say it, but the impact it can have on your day is massive. Because now you're not just reacting, you're choosing. You're not just floating through your day, you're steering it. Most of the time, our brains are in default mode. They rely on habits, shortcuts, and patterns we've repeated 1,000 times. That can be helpful, but it can also be dangerous, because it means you're no longer choosing who you are. You're simply becoming what your environment pulls you toward. But every time you pause and set a micro-intention, you interrupt that pattern. You create space. You give yourself the chance to act from values instead of emotion, from clarity instead of impulse. This is how the Stoics lived. Not with drama, not with noise, but with presence, with awareness, with intention. Epictetus taught that our power lies not in what happens to us, but in how we respond. A micro-intention is a tool to shape that response before the moment even arrives. It's not about being perfect. You won't remember to do this every time. You'll forget. You'll fall back into old habits. That's okay. The point isn't to never drift. The point is to notice when you drift and return. Even if you just do this 3 times a day, it will begin to rewire the way you live. Imagine the moment you wake up. Instead of rushing straight into the day, you take one breath and say, I will carry peace into this morning. Then later, you sit down to begin your work, and you pause again. I will give this task my full attention. In the evening, someone tests your patience. You feel frustration rising, but just before you speak, you breathe and think, I will respond with calm. These moments are small, but they are everything. They are the spaces where the old you ends and the new you begins. And over time, those small sentences will add up. They will become the voice in your mind that guides you through chaos. They will become your compass when you feel lost. They will remind you that you are not at the mercy of your day. You are its designer. So from this point forward, begin to see the spaces between things. See the transitions. When you stand up, when you sit down, when one thing ends and another begins. Don't rush through them. Pause. Breathe. Set your micro-intention. You don't need an hour of meditation. You don't need a complicated system. You just need one breath, one decision, one clear sentence about how you want to be in the next moment. Because the truth is, your life is not made of hours, it's made of seconds. And when you start mastering those seconds, you start mastering yourself. So take that power, use it. And remember, the person you are becoming is not built in the future. It is built now, in these tiny, powerful moments where you choose who you are over and over again. Number 4, eliminate phantom commitments. Every day you carry weight. Some of it you chose, but much of it you didn't. You rush to respond to messages, not because you want to, but because you feel like you have to. You say yes to plans, not because they matter to you, but because it's what you've always done. You check in, show up, nod along, fulfill expectations, some spoken, some not. But deep down you wonder, did I ever actually choose this? That's what we call a phantom commitment. It's not a promise you made, it's a role you slipped into, An obligation no one clearly gave you, but one you perform anyway, out of guilt, routine, or fear of disappointing others. And here's the hard truth. These unspoken, invisible expectations are silently draining your time, your focus, and your freedom. Most people live as if they've signed invisible contracts they never agreed to. They go through their days bound by routines that once made sense, but no longer serve them. And because those commitments were never made out loud, they're harder to spot and harder to break. But you must break them if you want to take back your agency, because until you do, your time will never be fully yours. So what do? You start by asking the question most people avoid. Why am I doing this? Not just what you're doing, but why. Why are you going to that meeting? Why are you always the one replying first? Why do you feel the need to explain yourself so often? Why are you showing up for things that don't match your values or goals? Sit with those questions. Don't answer too fast. The real answers will not shout, they will whisper. But once you hear them, you'll begin to see clearly. Some of your daily behaviors aren't choices. They're leftovers. Leftovers from who you used to be. Leftovers from what people once expected of you. Leftovers from stories you were told growing up. And Stoicism demands that you examine those stories. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." That includes the pressure you feel to live up to silent expectations. That includes the roles you're playing out of habit instead of truth. You can revoke the story. You can step out of the role. But first, you have to name it. Take a quiet moment. List out what you feel responsible for, not legally or morally, but emotionally. What do you feel obliged to do, even if no one's asked you to? What do you feel guilty not doing, even when it's not truly your duty? Maybe it's always answering the phone when a certain person calls. Maybe it's attending events that drain you. Maybe it's continuing a conversation you've outgrown. Maybe it's saying yes when every part of you is screaming no. These aren't small things. These are the leaks in your ship. Over time, they drown your energy. They dilute your purpose. And once you've identified them, you must begin the harder work, letting them go. You don't need to make a scene. You don't need to explain yourself to everyone. You simply need to make a decision. This is no longer mine to carry. Not out of coldness, but out of clarity. Your time is not infinite. Your energy is not unlimited. And if you want to live by principle, you must create space to act with intention. Phantom commitments steal that space from you. It doesn't mean you stop caring. It doesn't mean you become selfish. It means you stop sacrificing your direction for the sake of invisible contracts. And when you let go of those false obligations, something incredible happens. You start to move with freedom. You start to act because you mean to, not because you feel trapped by past versions of yourself. You begin to say yes when you mean it, and no without guilt. That is what it means to live with agency. That is what it means to reclaim your day. So here is your challenge. Find the phantom commitments. Notice them. Question them. One by one, dissolve the ones that no longer belong to you. Because a Stoic does not live according to guilt, a Stoic lives according to reason, values, and purpose. And every minute you take back is a step closer to the life you were meant to lead, not the one you accidentally inherited. Let go of what was never yours to hold. What remains will be real. What remains will be you. Number 5, reclaim your inner monologue. There's a voice in your head. You hear it every day, though you might not realize it. It comments on everything. It tells you what to do, what to avoid, what to fear. It pushes, it pulls, it judges, it explains. It speaks in quiet sentences, quick reactions, familiar phrases. This voice shapes your world more than anything outside of you ever will. The question is, who wrote its script? Because if you pause, if you listen carefully, you'll notice something strange. Much of what that voice says isn't really yours. It's borrowed, inherited, repeated. Echoes of teachers, parents, media, trauma, expectations. Pieces of old conversations, old beliefs, old identities. Left unexamined, they become the background music of your life. But here's the problem. When your inner voice is running on a script you didn't write, your life ends up following a path you didn't choose. And that's exactly what the Stoics warned against. Epictetus said, "You become what you give your attention to." If your attention is trapped by unconscious thoughts, by inner language that's passive, fearful, or programmed by others, you will never truly live as a free mind. You must reclaim your inner monologue. You must become the editor of your own mental language. Start by paying attention to the way you talk to yourself, not just in moments of crisis, but in everyday life. When you wake up and think, "I have to go to work," pause. Who said you have to? What if you changed that phrase to, "I choose to go to work to provide for myself and grow in discipline"? One shift in words, one shift in power. When you say, "I can't deal with this," stop. Can't or won't, or don't want to right now. Try, "This is hard, but I can face it." It's not fake positivity. It's active ownership. You see, language is not just a reflection of thought. It creates thought. The way you speak inside your own mind determines how you feel, how you act, and how you handle pressure. Passive language leads to a passive life. I have to. I should. I can't. I always mess this up. I never have time. I'm just not the kind of person who... These aren't just words, they're chains. Stoicism teaches that freedom begins within. It's not about controlling the outside world. It's about mastering the inner one. You cannot master what you do not hear, and you cannot change what you will not question. So begin the practice. Start listening, not just to the loud thoughts, but to the subtle ones. When you walk into a room, what do you tell yourself? When you fail, what do you whisper under your breath? When you're tired, what excuses rise up first? These moments hold the blueprint of your internal life. Now take it a step further. Begin to rewrite. Begin to edit your inner monologue like a Stoic would, with reason, with calm, with choice. Replace "I have to" with "I choose to." Replace "I hope I don't mess up" with "I will give my best effort." Replace "I can't handle this" with "Let me meet this challenge with strength." Again, this isn't fake confidence. This is not pretending. It's reclaiming. You are reminding yourself that you are the one steering this mind, not the ghost of your past, not the voice of fear, not the broken record of the outside world. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journal, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." But that strength is not silent. It speaks. It becomes the words in your head when you face discomfort, uncertainty, or pain. And those words matter. Because your inner monologue is not just commentary, it's instruction. Your nervous system listens. Your emotions listen. Your behavior listens. Over time, your entire life bends in the direction of your most repeated thoughts. So ask yourself, is that voice helping you become who you want to be? If not, change it. Don't wait. Don't expect it to change on its own. Speak with intention. Think in language that reflects your values. Replace reaction with reason. Replace fear with focus. Replace helplessness with authorship. You do not have to obey every voice you hear in your mind. You can question it. You can edit it. You can choose a better script, one line at a time. That's the work of a Stoic. Because in the end, the most important conversation you'll ever have is the one you're already having with yourself. So make it strong, make it clear, and most of all, make it yours. Number 6. Interrupt habit loops with sensory jarring. Let's be honest, most of the time you're not really here. You're going through the motions. You walk into a room and forget why. You scroll without thinking. You say things you've said 100 times before. Your hands move, your eyes look, your mouth speaks, but your mind? It's somewhere else, drifting, numb, on autopilot. This is what happens when life becomes a loop, and once a loop is formed, your brain follows it without needing permission. Wake up, reach for your phone, feel stress, grab a snack, get bored, open social media. You don't decide, you just follow the path that's already been walked 1,000 times. The Stoics would call this living unconsciously, and they would warn against it. Because when you are unconscious, you are not free. You are not choosing. You are not living with reason. You are simply reacting, repeating, surviving. So, how do you wake up? You interrupt the loop. You jolt the system. You force the mind to come back to the body, back to the room, back to the present, by using your senses as anchors. This is what we call sensory jarring. It is the intentional use of unexpected physical input to interrupt unconscious patterns and reset your awareness. It's simple, but powerful. Take a cold shower, not because it's comfortable, but because it's not. The moment the cold water hits your skin, your brain wakes up. You are no longer thinking about your email or your regrets or what someone said yesterday. You are here, in the moment, alert and alive. That's a reset. Or maybe you light a strong scent, something unfamiliar, something sharp. Suddenly, the air smells different, and your brain takes notice. The pattern breaks, or you change your environment. Move to a different room, step outside, take a different path. Even standing instead of sitting can disrupt the loop your mind is stuck in. These are not life-changing actions by themselves, but they are life-saving interruptions. They snap your awareness out of sleep mode. They bring your consciousness back online. Marcus Aurelius said, "You must build your life action by action, and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible. You cannot build your life action by action if your actions are being done in a fog." To live as a Stoic, you must be present. To be present, you must sometimes shock yourself out of unconsciousness. And here's the secret. Your brain wants to wake up. It's tired of being dulled by routine and noise. It's waiting for a moment of clarity, for a signal that it's time to engage. Sensory jarring is that signal. But this doesn't mean you need to suffer. It doesn't mean everything has to be extreme. What matters is the break in the pattern, the disruption of routine, the slight discomfort that reminds you, I'm alive, I'm here, I'm choosing again. You can even create rituals out of it. When you feel stuck, splash cold water on your face. When you're spiraling, change your breathing pattern. 10 deep, slow breaths. When you're falling into distraction, get up and stretch. Go outside and feel the sun, or hold ice in your hand for a few seconds. It's not about the act itself, it's about what the act interrupts. It pulls you out of reaction and puts you back into intention. Because that's the real goal, not just to feel something, but to remember yourself. Remember that you are not a machine, you are not a habit, you are not a script, you are a conscious being with the ability to act from reason, to choose how you move, how you think, how you live. And sometimes to reclaim that power, you just need a jolt. So don't wait for life to wake you up. Don't wait for crisis or burnout or rock bottom. Wake yourself up daily, gently or forcefully, but deliberately. Use your senses like tools. Use your body like an anchor. Use the moment to re-enter your life with clarity. And when you do, everything changes. A cold shower becomes a meditation. A deep breath becomes a reminder. A shift in your space becomes a reset button for your mind. Because once you are present, once you are truly here, the day is no longer something that happens to you. It becomes something you lead. So interrupt the loop, disrupt the fog, and remind your mind who's in charge. That is the Stoic way. That is your way. Number 7. Use decisional windows instead of schedules. Everyone tells you to stick to a schedule. Time blocks, calendars, hour-by-hour routines. And at first, it sounds smart. It sounds like discipline. It sounds like the way productive people live. But here's the truth. A rigid schedule does not guarantee a focused mind. You can fill your day with perfectly planned blocks and still find yourself drifting, distracted, checked out. Why? Because the box on your calendar doesn't control your attention. You do. And when your day is nothing but blocks to follow, without thought, without checking in, you fall right back into what Stoicism warns us about. Living on autopilot. You're not here to be a robot. You're not here to check boxes and follow plans blindly. You're here to make conscious choices, again and again, about what matters now. That's where decisional windows come in. A decisional window is a flexible moment built into your day, not to do a task, but to decide what matters most in that moment. Instead of scheduling, right from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, you block that time as a decisional window. When 9 o'clock arrives, you stop. You breathe. You ask, what is the most important thing I can do right now? What deserves my full attention in this moment? It might be writing. It might be planning. It might be stepping outside to reset before your next focused session. The point is not to follow a rigid list. The point is to show up awake with agency and choose with presence. You are replacing robotic routine with intentional responsiveness. That's what the Stoics did. Marcus Aurelius didn't move through his day reacting to a checklist. He moved through his day reflecting on values. What is good? What is right? What is necessary in this moment? He adapted. He adjusted. But he never drifted. That's the key. Decisional windows give you structure without slavery. They give you rhythm without rigidity. They bring you back to what Stoicism is all about, acting from reason, not compulsion. Let's be clear. This is not about being lazy. It's not about being go with the flow or skipping responsibility. It's about making room for presence. It's about recognizing that no day unfolds exactly how you imagined it, and that your strength lies in how you respond. You've experienced this before. You've blocked out time to do one thing, and then life throws you a curveball. You lose focus, you lose momentum, you feel like you failed. But if that block had been a decisional window, that moment wouldn't feel like failure. It would feel like opportunity, a space to reevaluate, reset, and choose the next right action. This is powerful because it puts your attention back where it belongs, on your awareness. The truth is, most of us don't need more planning. We need more presence. We need to return to our senses throughout the day to ask, where am I? What matters now? What deserves my energy? By using decisional windows, you create a habit of pausing. You stop following the flow of the day mindlessly. You come back to the driver's seat. You engage your reasoning mind, the part of you the Stoics believed should lead, not follow. So how do you begin? Start small. Maybe the morning hours between 8 and 10 become one large decisional window. Instead of writing down 5 specific tasks, you write one prompt. What does my best self need to focus on right now? At noon, another window. Maybe you plan to reply to emails, but you stop, you check in. You realize a conversation you've been putting off is more important, so you choose that. This is fluid focus, not scattered attention. It is deliberate choice, not default behavior. And when distractions come, and they will, you are more equipped to respond with clarity, because you've trained yourself not to obey the clock, but to consult your values. You've trained yourself not just to act, but to recommit, again and again, to what truly matters. That's how a Stoic moves through the day, not rushed, not reactive, but alert, decisive, unshaken by change, yet constantly adjusting to serve the highest aim. So drop the idea that success means following a perfect schedule. Instead, build a day filled with decisional windows, moments of presence where you return to yourself and say, I am not here to follow, I am here to lead, and I will choose with intention. Because it is not the structure of your day that defines your life, it's the awareness you bring to each decision within it. Be flexible, be conscious, be sovereign, and in every window, choose to act, not just move. Number 8. Make your environment ask you questions. Look around you. What do you see? Your desk, your room, your kitchen, your car, your phone screen. These spaces aren't just places you move through. They're tools, silent ones, invisible ones, but powerful all the same. Because whether you realize it or not, your environment is always talking to you. The only question is, what is it saying? If you live in clutter, it says, you're too busy to care. If you always see your phone before you see sunlight, it says, distraction comes first. If your workspace is filled with noise and junk, it says, focus isn't welcome here. You may not hear these messages out loud, but your brain hears them. Your actions respond. Your mindset adjusts. Slowly, your space starts shaping your identity. But what if you flip the script? What if, instead of your environment guiding you by accident, you designed it to guide you on purpose? That's the practice of making your environment ask you questions. Imagine this. Every time you open your laptop, there's a small note beside it that says, are you doing what matters most? Before you walk out the door, a quote by Marcus Aurelius on your wall reads, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. At your nightstand, a journal and a candle quietly ask, did you live today aligned with your values? These are not decorations. These are triggers of awareness. These are tools that snap you out of autopilot and back into reflection. Because here's the truth. You are being shaped all the time by the things around you, by what you see, touch, hear. And in a world filled with noise, it's easy to forget who you are. So why not turn your space into a partner, a mirror, a gentle challenger that pulls you back to yourself? The Stoics believed that philosophy wasn't something you just read, it was something you lived. Seneca wrote letters to remind himself. Epictetus told his students to rehearse principles daily. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journal not to be wise, but to stay awake. They used repetition, they used prompts, they used reminders. You can too. Start with your most used space. Maybe it's your desk, maybe your bathroom mirror, maybe the background on your phone. Instead of filling it with randomness, fill it with deliberate signals, things that ask you questions. A single word, why? A phrase, is this essential? A value, discipline, patience, integrity. Or a simple reminder, you are in control. The point is not to decorate your life with quotes. The point is to place anchors of awareness in the places where you tend to drift. Because your actions are not just shaped by willpower, they are shaped by friction and flow. If your environment is full of distractions, temptations, and noise, your focus will slip. But if your space is crafted to call you back to your values again and again, you won't just stay focused, you'll stay centered. This is not about making everything perfect. You don't need to live in a monastery. You just need to create interruption points, small cues in your daily life that ask, is this who I want to be right now? Let your coffee mug ask, what energy are you bringing into the day? Let your car dashboard ask, will you react or will you respond? Let the book at your bedside whisper, how did you grow today? Each question makes your environment a partner in your practice, not passive, not neutral, but active, a silent ally pulling you back to the path. And here's the beautiful thing. Over time, you won't just answer these questions. You'll begin to embody them. You'll begin to think them before they appear. Your values will no longer be distant ideas, they will become visible. Your space becomes a reflection of your principles, and your principles in turn shape your space. This is how a Stoic lives, not by force, but by design, not by chance, but by intention. So take a look around, ask yourself, what is this space teaching me? And then shape it into something that teaches you to be awake, to be present, to be you. Because the strongest minds are not only built through thought, they are supported by everything around them. Let your environment speak, but make sure it speaks with your voice. Number 9, track energy drain sources, not time. You've been taught to track your day by the clock. How many hours did I work? How long was I focused? How fast can I finish? But here's the problem. Time means nothing if you don't have the energy to use it well. You can block every hour. You can plan every minute. But if you're exhausted, distracted, or drained, none of it matters. You sit at the desk, but you're not present. You do the task, but it takes twice as long. You tick boxes, but at the end of the day, you feel hollow. That's because time is only one piece of the equation. The real power lies in your vitality, your ability to bring focus, strength, and clarity to the moment you're in. And if you want to reclaim your day, you must stop asking only how long something takes, and start asking, how much energy does it cost me? That's a radical shift. It means you begin tracking your life not just by time blocks, but by energy flows. You begin noticing what gives you energy and what steals it. You start mapping your fatigue, your clarity, your fire, not just your schedule. And suddenly, you begin to see the truth. Some things don't take time, they take life. A 5-minute argument can drain your focus for hours. 10 minutes of scrolling can leave you anxious all morning. A single conversation with the wrong person can make your whole body feel heavy. But, on the other hand, one walk in the sun can lift your entire mood. One aligned task can bring you into flow. One moment of stillness can reset your entire system. The Stoics knew this. They didn't obsess over hours, they obsessed over attention, over how they spent the force of their mind. Seneca warned against wasting life in meaningless action. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to do only what was essential and to do it well. So, how do you begin? You become an observer, a scientist of your own life. You start tracking what fuels you and what drains you. Not just tasks, but people. Not just work, but food. Not just what you're doing, but how you feel during and after it. Was that meeting productive, or did it leave you empty? Did that quick scroll give you a break or steal your presence? Did the food you ate give you strength or make you sluggish? Did that conversation lift you or bury you in emotional weight? These aren't abstract questions. They are the keys to designing a life that actually works, because what you track, you begin to control. And what you control, you can align with your values. This is not about avoiding all hard things. Life will always contain challenge. But there's a difference between challenge that builds you and friction that bleeds you. Hard exercise can leave you tired, but strong. Deep work can drain your energy, but reward you with meaning. A difficult conversation can be uncomfortable, but clear the air and create growth. These things cost energy, but they also give something back. That's a worthy trade. But doom scrolling, gossip, saying yes to what you don't believe in, that's pure drainage. You pay, but you receive nothing in return. A Stoic doesn't waste their strength on that. So, make a list. Start simple. Track your top 3 drains. The things that consistently leave you depleted, unfocused, or dull. Then track 3 sources of energy. The things that lift you, sharpen you, bring you back to yourself. Now begin adjusting, one at a time. Start removing the drains where you can. Start protecting and multiplying what fuels you. And when you look at your calendar tomorrow, don't just ask, "What do I need to get done?" Ask, "Where will my energy be strong? Where will it suffer? What will I do to protect it?" Because your job is not to survive the day, it's to lead it. And you can't lead if you're running on empty. So stop living like time is your only currency. Your real currency is energy, focus, strength, vitality, attention. These are the tools that build a powerful life. And like any currency, they must be spent with intention. Track your energy, guard it fiercely, invest it wisely, because once you do, you'll stop measuring your days by what you checked off and start measuring them by what you truly lived. Number 10. Install a daily pattern disruption ritual. Your brain loves routine. It loves knowing what's coming next. It finds comfort in repetition. It learns patterns, and then it runs them on loop. Wake up, scroll your phone, eat the same breakfast, sit in the same chair, think the same thoughts, do the same things in the same order. At first it feels like structure, but soon it becomes stagnation. Because here's the danger. Autopilot thrives in sameness. And over time, sameness kills awareness. You begin to drift. You forget to question. You stop noticing the small things. Your days blur together, not because nothing is happening, but because nothing is different enough to wake you up. That's why you need something powerful in your day, something intentional, something designed to shake you, not violently but gently, out of unconscious repetition. You need a pattern disruption ritual, not chaos, not randomness. A ritual, a small, consistent practice built into your day, not to give you control, but to teach you how to break free from it. Because real control doesn't mean holding on to the same routine forever. Real control means being able to break the pattern when needed and still remain grounded. So what does that look like? It could be a silent walk at noon. No phone, no music, just your footsteps and your breath. It could be writing your journal in reverse, starting with what you learned today, not what you did. It could be a cold shower, an uncomfortable phone call, or spending 5 minutes in a posture that isn't natural to you. It could be as simple as taking a new route to work or brushing your teeth with the opposite hand. It's not the size of the disruption that matters, it's the intent behind it. You are teaching your mind to respond to change, not with panic, but with presence. The Stoics understood this deeply. They trained for discomfort, not to suffer, but to build flexibility. Epictetus taught that comfort breeds weakness, while challenge forges strength. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself to expect difficulty, to welcome it, and to practice stillness inside it. That is what your daily disruption ritual becomes, a small moment of controlled difficulty, a short encounter with the unfamiliar, a daily handshake with discomfort, so that when real change arrives, your nervous system doesn't freeze. It learns. I've been here before. I can handle this. Because the truth is, life will never go exactly as planned. And if your mind is addicted to sameness, even the smallest interruption, a cancelled meeting, a negative comment, a missed deadline, can derail your entire day. But if you practice disruption, if you seek it on your terms, you build resilience. You train yourself to stay calm when the plan shifts. You train yourself to focus when things feel uncertain. You become the person who can adapt without losing their direction. So, how do you begin? Start with one ritual, one thing each day that breaks your usual flow. Do it at the same time, or let it appear randomly. But do it intentionally. Don't just do it to say you did it. Do it to remind your brain, we are awake. We are not slaves to habit. We are here now. Even 5 minutes is enough. The point is not length. The point is contact. Contact with the edge of your comfort zone. Contact with the unfamiliar. Contact with a part of you that doesn't run on habit. And over time, something will shift. You'll begin noticing more. You'll pause more often. You'll become curious again. Your surroundings will come into sharper focus. You'll start to feel alive, not because everything is perfect, but because you are paying attention. This is what Stoicism trains us to do, not just to survive routine, but to master it. Not just to repeat actions, but to be present in them. And when necessary, to change direction with calm and clarity. A pattern disruption ritual is not a break in your day. It is the training ground for your mind. So install it, name it, honor it, and let it remind you that awareness is not something you stumble into. It's something you practice. Because once you learn to welcome disruption, you're no longer afraid of change. You become adaptable, awake, anchored in self, no matter what the day brings. And that, right there, is the heart of the Stoic path. Number 11. Practice meta moments throughout the day. Most people live their entire day from the inside of it. They move from one thing to the next without ever rising above the noise. They answer emails, scroll, talk, react, decide, all without asking a single question. They're not steering the ship. They're trapped in the engine room, busy, moving, but unaware. And this is where everything starts to unravel. Because once you stop noticing what you're doing or why, you stop choosing. You slip into the unconscious flow of the day. You become reactive, mechanical, hollow. You may look productive on the outside, but inside you're running on scripts. The Stoics would call this a kind of sleep, a fog, a life lived without reflection. But there's a way to wake up, over and over again, not once a year, not once a month, but several times each day. It's called a meta moment. A meta moment is exactly what it sounds like, a moment above the moment, a pause inside the pause, a deliberate second of stillness where you stop and ask, what am I doing and why am I doing it? Not as a judgment, not to fix yourself, but simply to see clearly. Because clarity is where conscious living begins. These moments don't need to be long. They don't need to be dramatic. They just need to be real. They need to interrupt your momentum. They need to stop the inner autopilot and bring your awareness back to the surface. It can happen while standing in line at the store. You're scrolling your phone. Then suddenly the question arrives, is this how I want to spend this moment? It can happen while driving. You're replaying an old argument in your mind. Then the voice cuts through. What is this mental loop costing me right now? It can happen while eating, working, walking, sitting in a meeting. You look up from the routine and ask, am I still in control of my attention or have I handed it over? The point of a meta moment is not to shame yourself. It's to observe yourself, to rise just high enough above the moment, to make contact with your own mind again. And that contact, that second of presence, that's everything. Because once you become aware of what you're doing and why, you can choose again. You can shift. You can stop. You can go deeper. You can realign. You reclaim the only power that matters, the power to act from intention. This is metacognition. Thinking about thinking, watching the watcher. It's what separates you from the animals. It's what gives you the ability to respond with reason, not reflex. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations for this exact reason: to pause, to reflect, to remember. Each entry was a kind of meta moment, a window where he looked down on his own life from above and asked, am I living by my values, or am I just following the noise? You can do the same, and you must, because the world around you won't remind you to reflect. It will rush you, distract you, pull you back into the scroll, the cycle, the noise. So create your own reminders. Set a timer that goes off every few hours, not to tell you to do something, but to wake up. Label it something simple, pause, or are you aware, or meta moment. You can also anchor your meta moments to daily events. Waiting at a red light, washing your hands, opening a door. Every time you catch that moment, breathe and ask, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? Is this aligned with who I want to be? That's it. 3 questions, 2 seconds, 1 shift. This isn't about being perfect. It's about being awake. It's about moving through your day with inner posture, not just outer action. And over time, something starts to happen. You catch yourself sooner. You react less. You respond more. You live more moments above the noise, not buried inside it. That's the work of a Stoic. Not just living, but watching yourself live. Not to be detached, but to be intentional, present, free. So make meta moments part of your day. Let them interrupt you. Let them humble you. Let them bring you back. Because the strongest minds aren't the ones that never wander. They're the ones that remember to return. And the more often you return, the more you live. Fully, consciously, stoically. Number 12. Shift from task management to meaning management. You're busy. Most people are. The day begins and the list starts growing. Emails to answer, calls to return, projects to finish, errands, chores, notifications. There's always something else waiting. So you make a to-do list. You cross things off. You move fast. You stay productive. And at the end of the day, maybe the list is shorter, but you still feel something missing. You were busy, but were you fulfilled? You got things done, but were they the right things? You managed your tasks, but did you manage your life? Here's the truth. You can finish your to-do list and still waste the day, because tasks are not the same as meaning. Just because something is urgent doesn't make it important. Just because something needs to be done doesn't mean you are the one who needs to do it. And just because you're moving quickly doesn't mean you're moving in the right direction. This is where most people get trapped. They confuse movement with progress, activity with impact, efficiency with meaning. But the Stoics saw through that illusion. They didn't measure their days by what they completed. They measured them by what they lived, by what they became, by how aligned they stayed with their principles, their virtues, their higher purpose. Marcus Aurelius didn't journal to track how many meetings he ran or how many scrolls he read. He wrote to ask himself, did I live in accordance with nature? Did I act justly? Was I ruled by reason? Did I make progress in my soul? That is meaning management, and it's time you started practicing it. Start by asking a new question at the end of the day. Not, what did I get done? But, what truly mattered today? Reflect on your energy, your attention, your interactions. Which moments felt alive? Which ones felt aligned with the kind of person you're trying to become? Was it the quiet moment you had with a friend? The time you stepped away from work to breathe and reset? The one task that moved your long-term goal forward, while everything else screamed for your attention? Or maybe the time you chose patience over anger, presence over distraction? These are the things that build a meaningful life, not just the things you complete, but the things you carry within you after they're done. So from now on, structure your day around those things. Not just around urgency, but around alignment. Not just what needs to be done, but what needs to be honored. That doesn't mean abandoning responsibility. You still have bills to pay, work to finish, obligations to meet. But it does mean learning to see the difference between noise and necessity, between pressure and purpose. And to do that, you must pause, often. Before starting a task, ask, will this bring me closer to what matters? In the middle of the day, check in. Am I just crossing things off, or am I becoming who I want to be? And at the end of the day, reflect. What gave this day its meaning? If the answer is unclear, don't be discouraged. That's part of the process. Meaning doesn't shout, it whispers. You have to learn to listen. And when you do, when you begin to live this way, you'll notice something shift. Your to-do list may get shorter. Your calendar may feel lighter, but your life will feel fuller. Because now, you're not just managing tasks, you're managing yourself, your growth, your values, your impact. You're measuring your day not by how much you squeezed in, but by how much you aligned your actions with your highest principles. That's what it means to live stoically. Not to do more, but to do well, to act with purpose, to live with clarity, to move through the day not as a machine, but as a mind, awake, guided, and rooted in what truly matters. So close the day not with exhaustion, but with reflection. Ask yourself, What did I do today that will still matter tomorrow? What did I feed, my ego, my distractions, or my soul? Did I live today, or did I just manage it? Because a life well lived is not built by checking more boxes. It's built by asking better questions and then answering them with your time, your presence, your choices, one day at a time, one moment at a time, with meaning, with intention, with you at the center, awake, aware, and alive. You weren't born to drift. You were born to lead yourself with clarity, with presence, and with purpose. Every lesson you've just heard is a tool, a key, a reminder that your day doesn't have to control you. You can control your day. From waking up with intention, to questioning your habits, to designing meaning, not just motion. This is the Stoic path, not perfection, but awareness. Have you ever felt the emotional sting of being overlooked by someone you truly care about? It's as if your presence doesn't matter to them, like they barely acknowledge your feelings or recognize your needs, no matter how deeply you love and care for them. It's painful when your affection and attention aren't reciprocated or valued. But what if there was a way to shift this dynamic? What if you could become someone who naturally draws attention, someone people want to prioritize and keep close? In this video, we'll reveal 10 essential rules that can help you become more captivating, someone others genuinely want to be around and deeply value. Each rule we'll explore plays an important role, and we encourage you to watch the entire video to understand why every single one is crucial for improving your personal relationships and enhancing how others perceive you. Now, let's dive in. The first rule is to keep certain things to yourself and allow an air of mystery to surround you. There's something inherently attractive about not knowing everything about a person. Mystery holds power. As the philosopher Seneca once said, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." Let that quote serve as a guide for how you carry yourself. Be present, but don't reveal everything. Instead, maintain a sense of mystique, like a novel with hidden chapters waiting to be discovered. Let people learn about you gradually and with intention. Reveal different pieces of your story over time, allowing them to become more curious and interested in who you are. This approach turns your personality into an engaging puzzle that others are drawn to solve, making them eager to uncover more. Think of Cleopatra, the iconic historical figure. Not only was she known for her beauty and influence, but also for her enigmatic nature. She didn't lay all her cards on the table. She held her thoughts and motivations close, sparking intrigue and fascination in those around her. If you want to draw people toward you, be unexpected. Take different paths. Explore unfamiliar territories in your actions and ideas. This unpredictability captivates attention and makes others want to understand you better. In simple terms, your life doesn't need to be an open book for everyone. Think of your story as a novel filled with chapters that unfold one by one. By keeping certain aspects of yourself private, you become more intriguing, and others will feel compelled to learn more about you. The second rule is to create a subtle fear in others of losing you. Often, people fail to value what comes too easily. When something feels replaceable, it's taken for granted. But when there's a risk of losing it, people pay attention. You want to position yourself as someone unique and irreplaceable, someone whose absence would be deeply felt. You are not just another option among many. You hold distinct value in someone's life. How can you instill this feeling in others? By being self-reliant and able to stand strong on your own. Let your life be full, engaging, and rich, even when you're by yourself. Show that you don't need constant attention or validation. Your independence makes others see your presence in their life as a privilege, not a given. They'll want to be part of your world, not because you're desperate for their presence, but because they recognize the value and uniqueness you bring. This mindset aligns with certain philosophical teachings that emphasize mental self-mastery, understanding that while you can't always control external events, you can control how you think and respond. That inner strength builds confidence. Your real power comes from living with purpose and self-sufficiency. When you cultivate this, people around you will view you as someone important, not just another voice begging to be heard, but someone they want to keep close and impress. You won't need to chase after their attention or plead to be noticed. Instead, they'll naturally begin to pursue your presence, recognizing your worth. Let them feel a little uneasy at the thought of losing you. Encourage them, without saying a word, to actively seek a place in your life. You're not there to beg for inclusion. You are the invitation. Let's take a moment to reflect on how Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak worked together during the early days of Apple as a powerful example. Wozniak, often affectionately referred to as Woz, possessed incredible engineering skills and played a major role in building the first Apple computers. His technical brilliance and innovative thinking were crucial to Apple's early success. Jobs clearly recognized the unique talent Wozniak brought to the table and understood just how essential his contribution was to their shared vision. Jobs didn't merely collaborate with Wozniak. He supported him, celebrated his work, and made sure others saw his importance too. In their partnership, Wozniak wasn't just another teammate. He was a foundational piece of the puzzle. If Wozniak hadn't been part of the team, it would have caused serious setbacks for Jobs and Apple as a whole. This story highlights how critical it is to acknowledge and value the specific strengths each person brings to a relationship or group project. When you make yourself irreplaceable, someone whose absence would be deeply felt, you automatically become a powerful force in any setting. Now, let's move to the third rule: create your own happiness. This is about understanding that true joy begins within you. It means realizing that lasting happiness doesn't depend on other people or outside circumstances. Instead, it comes from confidence, independence, and inner peace. When you can find fulfillment within yourself, it gives you a radiant, grounded energy that draws people in. Others are naturally attracted to individuals who carry a sense of contentment and self-assurance. When you glow with happiness that isn't borrowed or dependent, you inspire and uplift those around you. Creating your own happiness shows that you're not relying on someone else to complete you. You are already whole and joyful as you are, and that in itself is incredibly appealing. You're not placing the burden of your emotional well-being on anyone else. Instead, you're offering to share your joy, enriching the lives of others with your presence. This is what makes your company magnetic. People feel better simply by being near you because of the light you carry. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once said that true happiness is found in enjoying the present moment and not being overly anxious about the future. This idea reminds us that contentment is something we can cultivate ourselves. Consider the life of Theodore Roosevelt. He faced heartbreaking challenges, including the unimaginable pain of losing both his wife and his mother on the same day. Yet even with such loss, he found a way to generate his own happiness. He lived energetically and purposefully, engaging in activities like boxing, serving the public, and staying active in ways that gave him meaning. His happiness came from within, from living a life of action and purpose rather than relying on what others thought or did. This ability made him not just a great leader, but a deeply admired figure in history. Roosevelt's strength came from the joy and meaning he created for himself, even during life's darkest times. Next, we turn to the fourth rule. Make yourself valuable and encourage others to invest in you. Recognize that you are inherently special, like a rare and precious gem that people should treasure. Your value doesn't come from simply being around. It comes from the role you play and the meaning you add to other people's lives. Remember, what is easily available is often taken for granted. When someone must invest time, emotion, and effort into something, they are more likely to cherish it deeply. As people begin to spend their emotional energy and attention on you, their connection with you grows. You evolve from someone they casually know into someone they deeply care about. Your goal should never be to chase after their love or attention. Instead, your focus should be on showing them that your presence adds true worth to their life, something meaningful enough that they'll want to hold on to it. Let people choose to invest in you willingly. When they do, your role in their life transforms from something optional to something essential. They won't want to lose you because your presence has become tied to their own sense of value and connection. Seneca wisely said that just like a gemstone must be polished to shine, a person becomes better by enduring and learning through challenges. This teaches us that your worth isn't simply in existing, it's in growing, refining, and being someone worth working for and with. Consider the story of Alexander the Great and his mentor, Aristotle. Aristotle wasn't just another instructor to the young Alexander. He was a beacon of insight, wisdom, and clear reasoning, which were all essential tools for leading a vast empire. Alexander, known for his sharp mind and great ambition, recognized the extraordinary value of Aristotle's teachings. He didn't take them lightly. Instead, he dedicated a significant amount of time and energy to learning from him. Their connection wasn't the typical teacher-student dynamic. It was a profound and purposeful bond. Alexander regarded Aristotle as an irreplaceable guide, a true fountain of deep understanding and intellectual treasure. Aristotle didn't hand out knowledge easily. He made the process of learning a challenging and deliberate experience. This difficulty only enhanced the worth of what he had to offer. Because of that, the wisdom Alexander gained became one of the key elements behind his remarkable achievements. It was this relationship, marked by respect, challenge, and growth, that contributed to Alexander's rise to greatness. Now, let's move into the fifth rule. Don't center your entire life around one person. Your life shouldn't be completely defined by someone else. Picture yourself as a radiant star in the night sky, glowing with your own brilliance, guided by your own path. Your journey is uniquely yours, separate from anyone else's. Don't let your world orbit entirely around a single individual. You have your own dreams to follow, your own aspirations to chase, and a unique identity to fully live out. This mindset not only preserves your individuality, but also adds a sense of intrigue and vitality to your life. It keeps others naturally interested in you. Your independence and willingness to explore life on your own terms make any relationship more exciting. It's about complementing each other, not completing each other, making one another's lives better while maintaining who you truly are. When you don't place someone else at the very center of your world, you become even more attractive in their eyes. Creating a full life outside of the relationship helps you grow as a person, and adds richness and freedom to the connection you share. Reflect on the words of Marcus Aurelius, the wise emperor and Stoic philosopher, who once said, "If you are at peace with yourself, you are in harmony with the universe." That wisdom speaks directly to the power of remaining grounded in yourself, even while being in a relationship. Think about Sir Isaac Newton, the legendary scientist who revolutionized the way we understand the world. Despite the heavy workload and the immense responsibilities he carried, Newton maintained a vibrant personal life filled with interests, friendships, and personal passions. He managed to strike a balance between achieving greatness in his work and nurturing a strong, independent sense of self. That balance is what made him not only a brilliant intellectual figure, but also a deeply respected and well-rounded person. His independence and dedication to his personal growth made him stand out, showing that when you live fully as yourself, you inspire admiration. Now we come to the sixth rule. Always prioritize your own needs. This principle emphasizes the importance of being deeply aware of your emotional well-being and your personal boundaries in every relationship. You must always recognize your own value and avoid situations where you are not treated with the dignity and care you deserve. It's vital to understand how important you are and never settle for being treated in a way that diminishes your self-worth. Your joy and inner peace should never be something you sacrifice for the sake of pleasing someone who does not respect you. By putting your happiness first, you send a clear message that you won't allow anyone to belittle or ignore you. In any healthy relationship, you are an equal. Your voice, your emotions, and your needs carry great importance. You are not here to be overlooked or to chase after someone's validation. Your purpose is to experience relationships rooted in mutual respect, where you honor yourself fully. When you stand firm in who you are and refuse to compromise your self-respect, you naturally gain more influence in the lives of those around you. At its core, this rule is a reminder that your happiness and self-worth are non-negotiable. They should always be front and center in your life. It's about boldly placing your personal dreams, desires, and well-being at the top of your priority list. To put it more simply, consider the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, who said, "What truly disturbs you is not the thing itself, but your judgment of it." This quote ties directly into the message behind rule number 6 because it highlights how important our mindset is when dealing with situations, especially within relationships. It's about how you process and respond to what happens to you rather than the events alone. Think about the story of Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, a respected Roman figure known not just for his exceptional skill in both military and political leadership, but also for his unwavering commitment to personal values and dignity. Even when people urged him to take actions that would bring him more power or influence, he stayed rooted in what he believed to be right. When his leadership wasn't required, he humbly returned to his modest farm life instead of getting swept up in the glamour and control that came with politics. He chose to distance himself from those who didn't honor or share his principles. Cincinnatus's story is a strong reminder of how vital it is to honor your own values and put your needs first. His life is a powerful example of how self-respect and personal well-being are essential not just in relationships, but in every part of life. Moving on to rule number 7. Don't make yourself constantly available and waiting. The most valuable and rare things in life are not always within reach, and your time and presence should be treated the same way. Recognize that your time holds worth, and you shouldn't offer it up freely to anyone just because they ask. Prioritize your own life first. Visualize a life where you're not simply sitting by, waiting for others. It's a life where your days aren't controlled by someone else's desires or schedule. You have your own journey to take, your own passions to follow, and those who are part of your life should see it as a privilege. It's essential to find a healthy balance and not live in a way that you're always ready to drop everything for someone else. By showing that your time and energy are meaningful, you naturally become more appealing. People are drawn to others who are engaged in their own lives and pursuits. When you're not constantly available, it creates mystery and curiosity. They begin to wonder what you're doing, what inspires you, and that curiosity deepens their interest in you. Being available at all times can send the message that you're always an option, always within reach. But the truth is, you are not just anyone. You are someone of value. This isn't about manipulating people or playing emotional games. It's about owning the fact that you have a life full of excitement, goals, and passion, with or without anyone else's involvement. When you stop putting yourself on standby, people begin to treasure the moments they do get to spend with you. Resist the habit of being constantly accessible. Think back to what Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, once said. We often fear things needlessly, and most of our suffering comes from what we imagine, not what actually happens. This reinforces the idea that your time and thoughts deserve just as much protection as your emotions. You don't need to be constantly available out of fear of missing out, or fear of being forgotten. Now, take a look at Ada Lovelace, a brilliant and innovative woman in history. She was a mathematician and a writer, best known as one of the earliest pioneers in computer programming. She lived during a time when society had strict expectations for women, expecting them to play small roles and always be accessible to others. But Ada didn't conform to those expectations. Instead, she poured her energy into her intellectual pursuits, exploring complex mathematical ideas and collaborating with other great minds like Charles Babbage. Her fierce dedication to her own work and the decision not to make herself constantly available made her all the more captivating. Ada's story reveals the strength that comes with being self-directed. She didn't wait for permission or validation from others. She created her own legacy. Her deep passion and focus drew others to her, showing that standing in your own power is not just admirable, it's magnetic. Now we arrive at rule number 8. Don't always be the one who initiates the conversation. This principle is about achieving a balanced way of communicating in any kind of relationship. It's about recognizing that constantly being the one to start conversations isn't always a positive thing. Sometimes stepping back and allowing the other person to reach out first is equally important. This shift shows that you have a full and meaningful life with your own interests, goals, and activities. It also helps reveal whether the other person truly values your presence and wants to stay connected. When you're always initiating, it can unintentionally signal that you're overly available or too eager. This isn't about playing mind games or manipulating anyone's perception. It's about establishing mutual respect and effort in the relationship. Marcus Aurelius once said that the best way to respond to someone who has wronged you is to not become like them. In the context of communication, this means choosing not to mimic unhealthy patterns or behaviors that can create emotional imbalance. It encourages you to maintain your dignity, especially when you feel overlooked or underappreciated. This rule reminds you that your self-respect is essential and that constantly chasing after someone for their attention or approval can diminish your value. Instead, you should stand firm in who you are and let others show whether they genuinely want to be part of your life. Don't become too emotionally attached. This rule is about maintaining emotional equilibrium while you develop a meaningful place in someone's life. It's a reminder that while emotional connection is important, letting your emotions take full control can be harmful, especially if your needs are being neglected or if your feelings aren't reciprocated with respect. The key is to find a healthy balance between expressing your emotions and staying composed. Although emotions are a natural and vital part of human experience, displaying them too intensely or too frequently can sometimes cause you to appear less self-contained and even less respected. Seneca offers timeless advice here. The best way to handle anger is to wait. This quote captures the heart of this rule. It emphasizes the importance of patience and restraint. When you take time to cool down and think clearly before reacting, you not only gain more control over your emotional life, but also preserve your strength and value in the relationship. Emotional intelligence means recognizing your feelings without being ruled by them. It allows you to stay grounded and maintain a sense of clarity in how you relate to others. Be willing to walk away from any relationship that doesn't honor or value you. This rule is rooted in self-worth and personal boundaries. It's about understanding what you deserve and refusing to stay in situations where you are disrespected or treated unfairly. You must set clear expectations for how you wish to be treated, and when those boundaries are repeatedly violated, you need to have the courage to leave, even if your feelings for the person are strong. Choosing to walk away isn't cruel. It's an act of self-care. It reflects a deep respect for yourself and your emotional well-being. It sends a powerful message. You are not willing to stay where you are not treated right. This decision can sometimes wake the other person up to the seriousness of the situation and show them that if they truly want you in their life, they need to step up and treat you with the respect you deserve. Your goal in relationships isn't to cling to people or situations that drain you or make you feel less than. Instead, it's to build connections where mutual respect, appreciation, and love thrive. Sometimes that means walking away when necessary. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "You have control over your mind, not external circumstances." When you embrace this truth, you discover a deep reservoir of inner strength. Even if things around you are difficult or disappointing, your inner power remains intact. That's where real strength and peace come from. We've now explored 10 powerful ways to become truly unforgettable to others. These ideas include preserving a sense of mystery, not making yourself too available, allowing others to invest in the relationship, and always prioritizing your own needs and happiness. It's about communicating with balance, not centering your entire life around another person, and respecting your emotional health. When you take care of your own well-being and happiness, you naturally become more magnetic and appealing to others. Above all, it's about learning to value yourself fully and being ready to let go of relationships that don't serve you well. This mindset isn't rooted in a need for validation or attention. Instead, it's about building relationships that are grounded in authenticity and mutual respect. When you embody these values, you naturally become someone others are drawn to, someone they don't just like, but genuinely value. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where it feels like you're being treated as just another option, remember that you hold the power to decide what you accept in your life. You have the freedom and the strength to choose your own path, and that includes the decision to leave behind relationships that don't align with your values or worth. Your value is immense, and you are worthy of relationships where you are truly seen, appreciated, and respected for who you are. Have you ever felt invisible or unappreciated by your own children? Have you ever had the painful realization that despite everything you've done for them, they treat you as though you mean nothing? If you've ever felt that way, you are not alone. It's one of the most heartbreaking experiences any parent can go through. But today, I want to share something that might bring you hope, because not all is lost. In this video, we're going to explore how Stoic wisdom and practical philosophy can help you completely transform the way you relate to your children. Even in moments where you feel ignored, rejected, or disrespected, there is a powerful path, not one of forcing them to change, but rather a deeper, life-changing shift that begins within you. When your perspective changes, everything around you begins to shift too. My name is Gabriel, and if this is your first time visiting, I invite you to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Stay with me until the end, because what we're going to uncover together today can truly change your life and heal the most important relationships in it. Let's begin with a powerful truth: the strength of detachment without abandoning love. When your children ignore you or show a lack of respect, the emotional pain can run deep. That painful distance where there was once closeness can bring up sadness, frustration, and even resentment. But this is where the Stoic idea of detachment can become your lifeline, not detachment from love itself, but from the expectations and emotional weight we tie to how others respond to our love. True Stoic detachment doesn't ask you to stop loving or to cut emotional ties with your children. It invites you to love fully, without depending on how they behave or whether they reciprocate. One of the most profound teachings in Stoicism is the realization that we do not have control over the actions of others. We only have control over how we respond to them. Epictetus captured it perfectly. It's not the events themselves that disturb us, but the judgments we place upon them. Your children may act in ways that wound you, but you still hold the power to define what that behavior means to you, and more importantly, how you choose to respond to it emotionally. Detachment, then, is not about becoming cold or emotionally distant. It's not a rejection of your relationship with your children. It's about liberating yourself from the suffering caused by their behavior. It's about understanding that their actions do not determine your worth or define who you are as a parent. It's a way to maintain a love that is unconditional while letting go of the desire to control how they see you or treat you. Here's a perspective I want to offer you. Imagine that your love is like the sun. The sun shines, gives warmth and light, not because it expects something in return, but because that is simply its nature. It doesn't withhold its light when people criticize it, nor does it shine brighter when people praise it. It just shines. This is the heart of detachment, learning to love like the sun, giving freely without tying your well-being to how others receive it. Jiddu Krishnamurti, a brilliant philosopher, once said that true freedom is not found in chasing security, it's found in detachment. In this context, that means your peace of mind and emotional strength must not be based on whether your children behave the way you hope they will. You can still love them with all your heart, but the deep need to be seen and validated by them is what you must begin to release. You might be wondering, how can I love my children if they don't treat me with respect? And the answer lies in understanding the difference between detachment and disconnection. Detachment is emotionally healthy because it allows you to remain centered even when your children disappoint you or respond with indifference. It's not about withdrawing your love. It's about releasing the pain that comes from unmet expectations. Disconnection, on the other hand, is what we want to avoid. It's emotional withdrawal and coldness. The key is this: the respect and attention you long for should not be the foundation of your inner peace. If you build your emotional stability on how others behave, you will always be vulnerable. But if you learn to love freely without clinging to specific outcomes, you will strengthen your inner peace. Ironically, when you let go of needing their validation, you often find that others, your children included, begin to respond to you in a new way. Detachment is not the end of love, it's the maturation of it. It's the ability to remain loving without being emotionally shattered when your love isn't returned the way you hoped. This gives you the emotional space to continue being a presence of wisdom and light for your children without losing yourself in the process. Because ultimately, your sense of peace, your serenity, your quiet integrity, that is what can open the door for your children to see you with a new kind of respect. Let's explore another powerful truth. You don't need to be accepted to be respected. One of the most painful things about feeling ignored or disrespected by your children is the sense that you've lost the place you once had in their hearts and lives. And while all of us long for respect, the path to restoring it isn't through demands, it's through inspiration. Too often, we confuse being respected with being accepted. We believe that unless our children accept our choices, our way of life, or our past sacrifices, they can't truly respect us. But respect doesn't work that way. Immanuel Kant, one of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment, said that self-respect is the foundation of all virtue. This is the essence of what we must remember. Respect begins inside you. It's not about convincing your children to accept you. It's about living in such a way that you earn respect, whether or not they agree with you. It's easy to fall into the trap of wanting your children to understand your past, to recognize your sacrifices, to appreciate the choices you've made. But constantly looking for that validation becomes a source of pain and discouragement. What truly transforms relationships is when you stop seeking that approval and begin living from your inner integrity. Your children don't need to agree with your path in order to respect you. What they need is to see that you are unwavering in your principles, steady in your values, and composed in your actions. Think for a moment about someone you deeply respect, perhaps a historical figure, a leader, or a mentor. Chances are you don't respect them because they did everything others expected of them. You respect them because they had the courage to be true to themselves, even when misunderstood. That same strength is inside you. Your children may not understand you, and they might not agree with your lifestyle or choices. But if you continue to act with consistency, clarity, and honor, the respect will eventually follow. This is where Stoicism becomes a powerful guide. It gives you the internal strength to endure disrespect without falling apart. Seneca said that nobility of character is seen in how we live, not in what others say about us. So, if you live with patience, wisdom, and peace, you won't need anyone else to validate you because you'll already be whole within yourself. Picture this. Your children observe you staying calm through adversity. They notice that you don't get desperate for their approval or attention. That quiet strength begins to speak louder than any words you could say. What ultimately shifts their perception isn't argument or confrontation. It's your calm and steady example. Sometimes, the disconnection in our relationships with our children comes from trying too hard to become what we think they want, instead of remaining true to who we really are. But when you stop bending and start standing, something inside them shifts too. You don't have to demand respect. you become the example of it. The deeper truth is this: you don't need to be accepted to be respected. But for respect to take root, it must first be cultivated within. So stop molding yourself to fit into your children's expectations. Live by your own values, and in time, respect will come back to you, often when you least expect it. Finally, let's talk about breaking the cycle of silence, not with noise, but with wisdom. When your children ignore you, the natural impulse is often to raise your voice, to argue, to confront them with harsh words just to be heard. Recognize your worth and allow yourself to be heard. However, what we often fail to realize is that raising our voices or making noise doesn't bring us closer. It actually distances us further from understanding and truth. True strength is not found in breaking the silence with shouting, but in disrupting it with wisdom. In relationships, silence can feel heavy and painful. Maybe you've experienced moments where your words seem to lose significance, especially in your children's lives. But what if, instead of viewing silence as rejection or distance, you saw it as an opportunity for conscious, intentional stillness? The wise do not react on impulse or try to be heard by creating noise. Instead, they respond with thoughtful reflection and grounded presence. One of the fundamental teachings of Taoism reminds us, "Those who know do not speak, those who speak do not know." This ancient insight calls us to realize that the real power in a relationship lies not in the number of words we speak, but in how wisely we handle moments of tension. So instead of breaking the silence with loud complaints or demands, consider breaking it with a calm gesture, a small action that shows your peace is still intact, even if you feel unheard. Let's bring this into a real-life scenario. Imagine your children no longer call or check in as they once did. You could confront them with a list of grievances, pointing out how much they've changed or how hurt you feel. But most likely, this approach would only build more distance. Now imagine a different response. What if, instead of criticizing, you simply listened when they finally reached out? What if, instead of forcing a conversation, you quietly created a space for openness and understanding? Noise tends to trigger resistance, while wise silence has the power to invite true connection. Stoic philosophy teaches us not to respond impulsively, but to observe before we speak. Epictetus once advised us to remember that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, so that we might listen more than we speak. This doesn't mean we should remain completely silent. It means we should wait for the right moment to respond with wisdom. When we choose to disrupt the silence through peaceful actions, like an honest conversation at the appropriate time or a simple, generous gesture, we open the door to deeper transformation than any outburst ever could. Breaking silence wisely is not about pushing for communication, but about shifting the energy of the relationship. Perhaps your children have distanced themselves because they feel that every dialogue leads to argument, or maybe they don't feel truly heard. If you can demonstrate through your calmness and actions that you're ready for a different kind of connection, one based on understanding instead of control, the wall of silence will begin to dissolve. This does not mean passively accepting silence that causes pain. It means using the stillness to regain your emotional balance and choosing how to respond with wisdom. Instead of bombarding them with questions like, "Why don't you call?" or "Why don't you visit?" consider writing them a heartfelt letter, one that shares your feelings without blame. Sometimes the most powerful way to break silence is with an unexpected gesture of affection or a small, thoughtful act with no expectation of an immediate response. Rumi, the great Persian poet, beautifully said, "Raise your words, not your voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder." This reflects the heart of what it means to break silence with wisdom. It's not about how loudly or how much you speak. It's about the quality of your communication. When your children sense that, despite everything, you remain a source of peace and understanding, the seeds of mutual respect and dialogue can begin to grow. So next time silence appears in your relationship with your children, don't rush to fill it with noise. Break the pattern with wisdom, with serenity, and you may witness a meaningful shift not only in them, but in yourself as well. Change the narrative, and you will change the relationship. Often, the greatest barrier in our connection with our children is not their behavior, but the story we tell ourselves about their behavior. When we feel ignored or disrespected, we tend to create internal narratives filled with assumptions, hurt, and misinterpretation. But this lesson invites you to pause and reflect. Is what I believe is happening really true? Or is it just my own version of the story? Buddha taught that pain is a part of life, but suffering is optional. Much of the suffering in our relationships doesn't stem directly from what others do, but from the way we interpret their actions. For example, maybe your child doesn't call you as often. Your mind may spin a narrative like, "They don't love me," or "I don't matter to them." But the truth could be something entirely different. Maybe they're overwhelmed, facing their own struggles, or unsure of how to reconnect. The stories we tell ourselves shape our reality. Changing the narrative means examining those internal stories and asking if they truly match the facts. Consider how your reactions shift depending on how you interpret a situation. If you believe you're being ignored out of neglect, you may become defensive, distant, or hurt. But if you tell yourself that perhaps your child is just going through a hard time and doesn't know how to talk about it, your response becomes more compassionate and open. Imagine that every moment with your children is like a movie playing out in your mind, and you are the screenwriter. If you write the story from a place of pain, that movie becomes a heartbreaking drama. But if you decide to rewrite it with empathy and understanding, the tension softens and new possibilities emerge. Stoicism also reminds us to question our perceptions. Epictetus said, "It's not things that upset us, but our opinions about them." In other words, transformation often begins not by changing others, but by re-evaluating how we interpret their actions. When you start to look beyond surface behaviors and consider alternative explanations for your children's choices, you begin to release unnecessary pain. This shift makes space for healthier, more peaceful relationships. Let's look at a practical example. Suppose your son cancels a visit you had both planned. Immediately your mind might jump to, "He doesn't care," or "I'm not important anymore." But what if you chose a different story, one where he's simply overwhelmed, dealing with a situation he hasn't shared? This compassionate lens helps you respond calmly and keep the door open for deeper connection in the future. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Often, the stories we tell about others' behavior are shaped by our own unmet needs or past wounds. When your children act in ways that don't meet your expectations, it can be helpful to turn inward and explore what those expectations are and where they come from. This kind of self-inquiry allows you to begin dismantling harmful assumptions and replacing them with more balanced perspectives. Changing the narrative is not about pretending that everything is fine or avoiding real issues. It's about approaching the relationship from a fresh angle. Instead of focusing only on your pain, try to see what your children might be struggling to express. By shifting how you understand their actions, you can break the inner cycle of conflict and open the door to healing, connection, and mutual respect. So the next time you feel neglected or disrespected, take a pause before you react. Ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this? Is it actually true? And then ask, is there another story I could believe? One that is gentler, more understanding, and less painful? Sometimes, the simple act of changing your internal narrative is powerful enough to transform the entire relationship dynamic. If you've found this video meaningful so far and feel like you're uncovering new ways to respond to disconnection or disrespect with wisdom and calm, I encourage you to subscribe and give it a like. Your support helps me continue creating content that uplifts and empowers people like you. People seeking to navigate their relationships with grace, strength, and dignity. Stay tuned until the end, because the final lesson could truly shift how you see serenity, not just as a tool for peace, but as your greatest strength in reclaiming respect and harmony in your life. Peace in your relationships continues with a powerful insight. Remove expectations and start listening. One of the main sources of pain and frustration in our relationships stems from the expectations we silently carry. With our children, it's often the unmet hope that they'll call us more frequently, that they'll show they care like they once did, or that they'll value us in the way we believe we deserve. But more often than not, these expectations we've built over time become emotional traps that push us further apart from them. The key isn't to expect more from them. It's to begin listening in a new and more compassionate way, setting aside the painful expectations. When we cling to an idea of how our children should act or express their love, anything that doesn't align with that image becomes a source of hurt. But the issue doesn't always lie in their behavior. The true source of pain is often the disconnect between what we expected and what is real. Seneca once said, "The greater the expectation, the greater the suffering." This reminds us that to live with greater calm and less emotional tension, we need to release our rigid expectations and focus on what is actually unfolding. Letting go of expectations doesn't mean you have to accept being treated poorly or ignored without reason. It simply means loosening your grip on idealized versions of how your children should behave, so that you can begin to see them with clarity and honesty. When you release those internal demands of how they ought to treat you, you create space to truly listen, not just with your ears, but with your heart. This new openness allows you to better perceive what they are actually feeling and needing. And it is within this space that genuine connection can begin. Imagine for a moment having a conversation with your child, but instead of waiting for them to say what you want to hear, an apology, a show of affection, some expression of appreciation, you simply listen. You pay attention not just to their words, but also to their silences, their hesitations, and even the things they avoid saying. Sometimes their distance is not rejection, but a reflection of their own personal battles. Yet, when we're caught up in our expectations, we miss these subtle signals. We're too focused on what we want them to say or do, and that fixation prevents us from hearing what they're actually trying to express. A Buddhist master named Nhat Hanh once taught that listening with compassion is healing. When we listen without the heavy weight of expectations, we not only help heal the relationship, we also begin to heal ourselves. When we stop demanding that our children meet certain emotional standards, we begin to uncover what they're truly telling us through their actions, their behavior, and even their silence. This shift in perception allows us to find new paths to closeness. Take a common example. When our children don't reach out as often as we'd like. Days, weeks, or even months may go by without a call, and each passing day deepens our disappointment and resentment. But what if we stopped waiting for that call? What if, instead, we reached out simply to ask how they are, without blame, without judgment, just genuine concern? By choosing to listen rather than accuse, we invite more authentic interactions. We give them space to be themselves without feeling like they're constantly falling short of our emotional needs. They may not suddenly change or become more expressive, but their perception of us shifts. We're no longer the ones demanding or expecting. We become someone willing to understand. And it's vital to remember that our children may also be burdened by their own expectations, especially those they believe we hold over them. Their silence or distance might not be a sign of rejection. It might be fear. Fear of disappointing us. Fear of not being enough. But when we release our expectations and begin listening with true openness, we give them permission to be themselves, free from the pressure to meet invisible standards. And in doing so, we both have the opportunity to rediscover each other in a more honest and loving way. Letting go of expectations isn't about abandoning your desires. It's about creating space for relationships to grow in a more sincere and meaningful direction. By freeing ourselves from inner demands, we foster a climate of respect and understanding. What matters most isn't whether your children fulfill every hope you've silently carried, but how present you can be for them, and how they, in turn, feel safe enough to be present for you. So the next time you feel hurt by what they didn't say or do, ask yourself, what expectation am I holding on to that's causing me pain? And once you see it, truly try, to let it go. Instead of waiting, begin listening. You'll find that in doing so, the dynamics naturally shift, and closeness can begin to grow in its own time. Compassion begins with understanding your path. When your children seem distant or unresponsive, it's natural to ask, "What did I do wrong?" Or, "Why are they treating me like this?" These feelings are deeply human. Our emotional responses often drive us to either blame ourselves or view the situation solely through the lens of injustice. But a profound step toward healing is shifting our perspective, choosing to cultivate compassion, not just for them, but also for ourselves. Compassion in this context doesn't mean justifying every hurtful behavior or turning a blind eye to emotional neglect. It means seeking a deeper connection, rooted in understanding. Try to see the difficulties your children may be facing, the emotional burdens, the challenges at work, the tensions in their own families. When you make the effort to understand their world, your interpretation of their actions changes. This isn't about making excuses. It's about recognizing that behind every distance, there's often an untold story. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, advised us to consider our own flaws when confronting the mistakes of others. Reflect on how often you've stumbled, misunderstood, or withdrawn in times of stress. His wisdom reminds us to widen our view, not just to see the hurt we feel, but also to remember that everyone, even our children, is facing their own inner struggles. In this wider lens, we can choose compassion over resentment. However, compassion should never mean tolerating ongoing harm. It's not a call to self-sacrifice. Rather, it's an invitation to hold space for both your feelings and theirs, to acknowledge your pain without closing yourself off from understanding theirs. Perhaps your children are overwhelmed, emotionally exhausted, or lacking the skills to express themselves without seeming detached. Maybe they're navigating difficult relationships, raising children of their own, or trying to make sense of their purpose in life. When someone is consumed by their own chaos, they often don't have the capacity to be fully present, even for those they love most. If you can view their behavior through this lens, you'll begin to understand that their distance isn't always about how they feel about you, but about what they're enduring themselves. The Dalai Lama once said that compassion is simply the wish for others to be free from suffering. It's a simple concept, yet it carries deep transformative power. It encourages us to look beyond behavior and into the heart of what our loved ones might be going through. Perhaps your children don't know how to speak about their struggles. Maybe they fear you won't understand or worry that their problems seem trivial compared to what you've endured. What matters most is creating space where they feel safe to share, without being judged, without being pressured. A small shift in how we communicate can make all the difference. Instead of asking why they haven't called, consider asking gently, "How are you, really?" Or, "Is something weighing on your mind?" This moves the conversation from one of confrontation to one of care. It replaces demand with empathy. Remember, compassion doesn't always mean fixing their problems. Sometimes the most powerful act is simply being there, offering your presence, your calm, and your attention. Let them know that they have a space with you where they are free to be vulnerable, messy, and real. In doing so, you invite them into a deeper relationship, one built not on expectations, but on understanding and mutual respect. Stoicism teaches us to accept what we cannot change, but also to be a pillar of calm and stability for others. Your children, even if they don't show it outwardly, still look to you as a source of strength, guidance, and quiet wisdom. When you embrace compassion and seek to understand their path, you become that very anchor for them, a steady presence in the midst of their inner storms. You offer a gentle reminder that love and respect are not lost forever. They can be rebuilt when both sides are willing to meet with empathy and open hearts. So the next time you feel invisible or misunderstood, pause and ask yourself, what part of their journey am I missing? What unseen struggle might they be facing? When you open the door to compassion, you begin to notice that even if transformation isn't immediate, something within the relationship starts to soften. That shift begins by seeing their path through the eyes of understanding. That single act of awareness can become the first step toward true reconnection. Serenity is where that path ultimately leads. Serenity is your final answer. When emotional friction with your children becomes the norm and the closeness you once had feels lost, it may seem like your efforts have no power to shift the dynamic. But there is something incredibly powerful that always remains within your grasp. Serenity. Learning to nurture a peaceful mind doesn't just change your internal world. It has the potential to completely alter the way your relationship unfolds. Stoic wisdom reminds us that while we cannot control the actions of others, we always have the power to choose our response. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed." This simple yet profound truth reveals one of our greatest human powers, the ability to determine how we allow life's challenges to affect us. Yes, your children may behave in ways that wound you, but the peace you create inside yourself is unshakable if you make the choice to protect it. Serenity is not the same as surrender or indifference. It is an intentional, courageous stance you choose to take. It's acknowledging that even if you cannot force your children to treat you a certain way or demand the kind of respect you yearn for, you can still stand firmly in your own inner calm. And from that place of peace, you become a magnetic presence, an unspoken invitation for them to draw closer. Often, when we try to control or correct others, it only deepens the conflict. But when we remain calm, we embody a quiet strength that is impossible to overlook. Think of your children as the wind, sometimes warm and gentle, other times wild and unpredictable. If you are like a ship that reacts to every gust, you'll constantly be thrown off course, emotionally exhausted and disoriented. But if you become like a lighthouse, grounded and radiant, you shine steadily even when the storm is raging. Your serenity becomes your anchor, your unwavering presence in the chaos. And from that place, you project both strength and wisdom. The great Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu once said, "The best fight is no fight." This doesn't mean you should give up on your relationship with your children or tolerate everything. Rather, it means you no longer exhaust yourself in every emotional confrontation. You stop entering into battles that lead nowhere. When you choose calm over conflict, you become a living example of how one can live with dignity and self-respect without needing to control everything. A practical example of this might be how you respond when you feel ignored. Instead of letting frustration or anger take over, practice the pause. Breathe. Take a moment to center yourself and reflect on what is really happening. Ask yourself, will my reaction help heal this situation, or will it only make things worse? That brief pause gives you back your power, the power to act with wisdom instead of impulse. It transforms not just how you feel, but also how others perceive you. Even if they don't express it, your children will sense the difference. Your calm presence becomes noticeable. That peaceful energy you emit acts like a gentle light guiding them back to you. Maybe not today, maybe not in the way you imagined, but serenity has its own quiet force. It commands respect without needing to raise its voice. The great psychologist Viktor Frankl, who survived the horrors of the Holocaust, once wrote in his masterpiece, Man's Search for Meaning, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space lies our power to choose our response, and in our response lies our growth and our freedom." Serenity is what creates that space, the space where healing and transformation can begin. Ultimately, serenity does not mean you never feel pain or that you aren't affected when things hurt. It simply means you choose not to stay stuck in that pain. It means you decide that your peace of mind will not be dictated by others' behavior, but by your own inner values and how you choose to live. That is the highest form of self-respect. So when you find yourself feeling dismissed, disrespected, or disconnected from your children, remember this: serenity is your most powerful tool. You don't have to win every emotional argument to live a meaningful, dignified life. By remaining calm, you don't just find peace for yourself. You create a space where the relationship can slowly begin to heal. Because even in the fiercest storms, calm always finds its way home. The bond we share with our children is one of life's deepest and most complex ties. Feeling unseen or disrespected by them can be heartbreaking. But as we've explored today, the answer doesn't lie in forcing them to act differently. It lies in the way we cultivate our own peace, wisdom, and strength. Detachment, compassion, and serenity. These are the quiet powers that allow you to live with grace, and in doing so, you project the very respect you hope to receive, beginning with your own children. Remember, you don't need approval to be worthy of respect. You don't have to step into every conflict. True change begins with you, and when you choose to remain calm, clear, and grounded in your integrity, you create the conditions where the relationship can evolve. Have you ever imagined a world where everything you hope for becomes reality? A place where your goals, your dreams, and your deepest aspirations don't just live in the realm of possibility, but become tangible, real experiences. If so, you're exactly where you need to be. Today, we're diving into a powerful secret that can help you make this vision your truth. It's not magic, and it's not a gimmick. It's a philosophy of life. That philosophy is Stoicism. Stoicism teaches us the profound value of directing our attention inward, toward our own actions, reactions, and mindset. It shows us that by mastering what happens within us, we can reshape our external world and bring about extraordinary change. In this video, we're going to take a closer look at 15 Stoic principles that can help you do just that. Each principle will be broken down thoroughly, accompanied by a meaningful quote from a Stoic philosopher that brings its deeper significance to life. So sit back, take a breath, and get ready to embark on a journey to the very core of Stoicism. Before we go any further, I would truly appreciate it if you could give this video a like. It helps the message reach more people who might benefit from it. And if you don't want to miss any of my future content, be sure to subscribe and activate the notification bell. Let's begin with the first key, ataraxia. Ataraxia represents inner peace, a state of serene calmness. The Stoics regarded it as one of the highest forms of happiness. The term, originally Greek, is often translated as tranquility or imperturbability. To the Stoics, true happiness could never be found in fleeting pleasures or in the approval of others. Instead, it lives in the quiet peace of a well-ordered mind. Ataraxia comes from accepting life as it is, without the constant need for things to be different than they are. It's the understanding that while we cannot control external events, we have absolute power over our interpretation and response to them. When we release ourselves from the grip of unrealistic expectations and embrace the present moment for what it is, we begin to experience true peace. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not things that disturb us, but our opinions about them." This insight reminds us that our emotional stability and inner harmony depend not on what happens to us, but on how we choose to interpret those happenings. By cultivating ataraxia, we stop wasting energy on what we can't control and start directing our focus to what genuinely matters, our own personal growth and inner development. Now we move on to the second Stoic key, amor fati, which means to love one's fate. Amor fati is more than acceptance. It's the act of embracing everything that life hands us, both the joyful and the painful. Rather than resisting hardships or mourning the misfortunes that cross our path, Stoicism teaches us to see these experiences as essential parts of our journey. Amor fati is about perceiving every moment, no matter how challenging, as meaningful and necessary for our evolution. It is about recognizing that each twist in the road is a step toward becoming the person we are meant to be. The Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius captured this beautifully when he wrote, "Accept whatever comes to you, woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs." This reflection tells us that everything we encounter is designed to teach us, shape us, and prepare us for what's next. By practicing amor fati, we stop fighting life and instead flow with it. We gain a deeper appreciation for the lessons in our difficulties, and we become stronger, wiser, and more grounded as a result. This mindset shift empowers us to stay focused on our inner journey instead of becoming stuck in resistance or bitterness. Let's continue with the third key, prosoche, the art of mindfulness. Prosoche is the practice of paying close attention to the present moment. It's about being deeply aware of our actions, thoughts, and emotions as they happen, without casting judgment or letting ourselves be swept away. The Stoics emphasize that the present is the only place where we have real influence. We can't control the past, and the future is uncertain. But here, now, in this moment, we have full power over how we act, how we think, and how we respond. Practicing prosoche means living consciously. It's choosing not to be distracted by what might be or what has been, but instead devoting ourselves fully to doing what is right now. Epictetus, once again, provides insight with his words. Don't seek for things to happen the way you want them to. Rather, wish for them to happen as they do, and you will go on well. This is a gentle but firm reminder to release our grip on control and trust the flow of reality, focusing instead on how we engage with the world moment by moment. When we embrace prosoche, we begin to notice how often our attention drifts. We start catching ourselves when our mind races ahead to worries about tomorrow or lingers in regrets from yesterday. In returning our focus to the present, we bring ourselves back to power. We step into clarity, and that clarity helps us turn inward, refine our intentions, and live in alignment with our true values. Mindfulness, in this Stoic sense, is not simply about awareness, it is about wise awareness, the kind that transforms how we live our lives. Finally, we arrive at the fourth key, eudaimonia, what the Stoics referred to as the good life. Eudaimonia isn't about fleeting pleasure, status, or material wealth. It's about something far deeper and more lasting. To the Stoics, the good life was one rooted in virtue, wisdom, and purpose. It meant living in alignment with nature, not just the external world, but our inner nature as rational, ethical beings. Eudaimonia is a life guided by integrity, where our thoughts, actions, and values are in harmony. True happiness, according to the Stoic worldview, is not found in chasing after things that constantly shift and fade. It is found in the commitment to be a good person, to do good work, and to contribute meaningfully to the world around us. Living in this way brings a sense of deep fulfillment that no amount of wealth or pleasure can provide. It's about waking up each day with a clear conscience and a heart focused on what truly matters. As we continue this journey through the Stoic keys, remember that each of these principles is not just a concept, it's a practice, a daily exercise in how we live, how we think, and how we respond to life. Stay with me, because there is so much more Stoic wisdom to come. Let's keep exploring this philosophy together. To the Stoics, living in harmony with nature means living virtuously. It involves understanding that our true happiness and inner fulfillment do not come from external circumstances, but rather from our own actions, decisions, and moral character. As Seneca, one of the most renowned Stoic philosophers, put it, "It is not the man who has little who is poor, but the one who always wants more." This profound statement reminds us that genuine wealth and contentment are found not in material possessions, but in the strength and virtue of our character. This idea forms the foundation of eudaimonia, a concept central to Stoic thought. Eudaimonia refers to human flourishing and the pursuit of a life of meaning and virtue. When you focus on personal growth, strive for virtue, and live with intention, you begin to discover lasting fulfillment and a deeper sense of peace. Memento mori, remember that you will die. The fifth Stoic principle is memento mori, a Latin phrase that means remember that you will die. This powerful concept is not meant to invoke fear, but rather to awaken us to the fragility of life and to inspire intentional action. Reflecting on our mortality reminds us that life is finite, and because of this, every single day becomes precious. By keeping death in mind, we learn to appreciate each moment, to live with urgency, purpose, and depth. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic thinker, once wrote in his Meditations, "Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly." This reflection teaches us that each day is a gift and urges us to use it wisely. Practicing memento mori helps us recognize the beauty of the present and encourages us to live each day with gratitude and purpose. It allows us to direct our energy toward personal growth rather than becoming entangled in what is outside of our control. Enkrateia, self-control. The sixth Stoic principle is enkrateia, which translates to self-control. The Stoics saw self-control as essential for a virtuous and fulfilling life. It means having the discipline to govern your thoughts, emotions, and actions, especially when faced with temptations or difficulties. Self-control is not about repression, but about mastery. It is the strength to remain steady and aligned with your values, even when emotions or external pressures try to pull you off course. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, said that happiness is not found in the abundance of possessions or pleasures, but in the absence of desire. This quote reflects the Stoic belief that true self-control comes not from fighting desires, but from rising above them. By practicing enkrateia, you learn to govern yourself with wisdom and clarity. This form of discipline empowers you to stay grounded and focused on your personal development, regardless of the chaos or distractions around you. Affiliation, a sense of belonging. The seventh Stoic principle is affiliation, which refers to the deep sense of belonging and connection to a greater whole. The Stoics taught that we are all parts of a larger community and that we share a mutual responsibility to contribute to the well-being of others. Affiliation is the conscious recognition of our interconnectedness and the decision to act with that awareness. It's about realizing that our choices have effects not just on ourselves, but on the world around us. Hierocles, a Stoic philosopher, proposed a model of concentric circles to describe this idea. At the center is the individual, surrounded by family, friends, community, humanity, and finally, the cosmos. This model serves as a reminder that we are part of something much larger than ourselves, and that our actions can ripple outward to affect others. By practicing affiliation, you become more aware of the impact of your behavior and choices, and you begin to live in a way that contributes to both your personal growth and the good of your community. It's a balanced perspective that keeps you grounded in yourself while also expanding your compassion and responsibility toward others. Love for humanity. The eighth Stoic key is love for humanity. The Stoics held a deep belief in the importance of kindness, compassion, and generosity. Loving humanity means acting with goodness and empathy toward others, expecting nothing in return. It is the understanding that we are all members of the same human family, and with that comes a duty to care for and support one another. Seneca said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." This quote beautifully encapsulates the Stoic perspective on human connection. Regardless of the situation, there is always a moment to show compassion. Practicing love for humanity allows you to move through life with a generous heart and a spirit of unity. It encourages you to grow internally by doing good externally, fostering a deeper sense of meaning and connection with the world around you. Moderation. The ninth Stoic principle is moderation. The Stoics emphasize the importance of living a balanced life and avoiding extremes. They believe that true happiness and virtue are found in the middle ground, not in excess and not in deprivation. Moderation is about finding harmony within your desires, actions, and lifestyle. It is the wisdom to know when enough is enough, and the strength to maintain equilibrium in the face of temptation or hardship. By practicing moderation, you create space for peace, clarity, and thoughtful living. You are no longer ruled by cravings or impulsive behaviors, but are instead guided by reason and virtue. This balanced approach helps you grow internally while maintaining a steady and focused life path. Moderation allows you to develop a life of stability, wisdom, and inner freedom, hallmarks of the Stoic way. Living a balanced life and avoiding excess is about striving for harmony in all areas of your life. It means recognizing that extremes, whether they come in the form of pleasures or hardships, can often lead to discontent and suffering. This understanding is a central theme in Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, one of the most notable Stoic philosophers, once said that wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. This insight teaches us that genuine wealth and lasting happiness are not found in acquiring material things or indulging in pleasure, but in leading a life of moderation and balance. When you begin to live this way, you start to discover a sense of peace and fulfillment that comes from within, rather than from external circumstances. Practicing this mindset helps you stay centered and focused on personal growth, allowing you to develop into your best self without falling into the trap of overindulgence. Differentiating what you can control from what you cannot is a fundamental Stoic practice. The Stoics believe that true peace and satisfaction in life come from placing our attention on what is within our power and accepting what lies beyond our control. This involves developing the ability to distinguish between your actions and thoughts, which are within your control, and the external events and circumstances that are not. It's about accepting that while you cannot always influence what happens around you, you do have full control over how you respond to those events. Epictetus emphasized this idea by saying, "It's not things that disturb us, but our opinions about things." This quote highlights the truth that our emotional state and inner peace are shaped not by external events themselves, but by how we interpret and react to them. Embracing this principle allows you to let go of unnecessary stress and focus instead on mastering your mindset and behavior, paving the way for deeper personal growth. The premeditation of evils, also known as negative visualization, was a regular exercise for the Stoics. They would mentally prepare themselves by imagining the possible difficulties or challenges they might face in the future. This wasn't an act of pessimism, but rather a wise and practical preparation. It is the art of anticipating potential hardships and developing the mental strength to deal with them, should they arise. This practice helps you build emotional resilience, so that when things don't go as expected, you are not caught off guard. A wise Stoic philosopher once stated that the wise always consider adversity as a possibility and are therefore prepared to face it. This thought reminds us that true wisdom lies not in naively hoping that everything will always go well, but in being prepared for life's uncertainties. When you embrace this mindset, you train yourself to remain calm, steady, and composed even in the most difficult circumstances. It's a perspective that reinforces your inner stability and supports your continuous development. The idea of universal connection is another powerful teaching in Stoicism. The Stoics believed that we are all integral parts of a larger whole, deeply connected with the universe and everything within it. This belief encourages us to recognize our place in the grand design and to act with an awareness of how our behavior affects the broader world. It's about understanding that every choice we make ripples outward and touches the lives of others and the balance of the universe itself. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic Roman emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "What is not good for the hive is not good for the bee." This quote serves as a reminder that we are not isolated individuals. Our well-being is tied to the collective well-being of the world around us. By living with this awareness, you begin to act more responsibly and with greater compassion, making choices that not only benefit you, but also support the greater good. This viewpoint encourages a life of purpose, empathy, and unity, all of which are essential for personal development and inner peace. Arete, often translated as the excellence of character, is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that the ultimate goal of life is to develop a virtuous character and live in alignment with nature. Arete is the daily practice of nurturing your inner virtues and staying true to your values. It's about understanding that real happiness and contentment don't come from external success or circumstances, but from your own character and the way you live your life. Epictetus spoke of this when he said, "Do not seek for events to happen as you want them to. Rather, want them to happen as they do, and your life will go smoothly." This wisdom reminds us that peace and happiness are not determined by the world around us, but by how we choose to respond to it. When you commit to practicing arete, you focus on becoming a person of integrity, wisdom, and virtue. It's a lifelong journey of self-discipline and inner growth, one that leads to true fulfillment. The principle of duty is a central tenet in Stoic thought. The Stoics believed that each person has a moral responsibility, not only to themselves, but also to others. Living by this principle means honoring your roles and responsibilities, not out of fear or obligation, but because it is the right and virtuous thing to do. It involves understanding that your actions have consequences, not just for you, but for the people and world around you. Fulfilling your duty with integrity strengthens your character and creates a positive ripple effect in the world. It's about living in a way that is consistent with your values, being reliable, and doing your part to contribute to the greater good. This sense of duty brings clarity, purpose, and a deep sense of inner satisfaction, and it is essential to living a life of virtue and personal excellence. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, reflected in his Meditations that one should do what is in harmony with the nature of a good man. This quote serves as a powerful reminder that our responsibility is to behave in ways that reflect the virtues and nature of a morally upright person. By embracing this mindset, you can learn to carry out your responsibilities and obligations in a way that resonates with your inner values and ethical beliefs. Adopting this perspective enables you to remain centered on your personal growth and self-development. Logos, the principle of universal reason, forms the 15th and final essential element of Stoic wisdom. The Stoics believed in an underlying rational structure to the universe, a guiding logic known as the Logos. According to their view, the universe operates according to this built-in reason, and it is our task as human beings to live in accordance with this natural order. Practicing Logos means committing to the pursuit of truth and wisdom by means of rational thought and logical inquiry. It involves recognizing that our actions and decisions should be influenced by reason, rather than being swayed by fluctuating emotions or impulsive desires. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, wrote that everything that happens in the way that universal nature wants it to happen. This statement reminds us that we must seek to understand the flow of universal logic and live in accordance with it rather than resist or fight against it. By embracing the principle of Logos, you can learn to make thoughtful and rational choices, allowing your life to align more closely with the wisdom and reason that governs the universe. This approach not only grounds you in personal discipline, but also deepens your connection to the greater cosmic order, reinforcing your focus on self-mastery and purposeful living. We now arrive at the end of our journey through the 15 Stoic principles that guide us toward focusing on ourselves. Each one of these timeless teachings offers a unique insight into how we can lead a life that is not only fulfilling, but deeply meaningful. From ataraxia, the state of serene calmness, to Logos, the universal reason, these Stoic principles remind us that we possess the inner power to control our actions and responses. They call us to live in alignment with our values and to contribute to the well-being of those around us. Let us remember that Stoicism is not merely an ancient philosophy preserved in books. It is a practical and transformative guide meant to be lived and practiced daily. If you apply these Stoic principles in your own life, you can discover a profound sense of inner peace, live with clear intention, and awaken your true potential. So, the question remains, are you prepared to begin this journey of self-discovery and inner transformation? As the great Stoic thinker Seneca once said, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." Have you ever felt manipulated, used, or completely drained of your emotional energy? Have you ever found yourself questioning your sanity, wondering how someone could treat you so poorly, yet make you feel as though you're the one at fault? If you've ever been in a relationship where someone constantly takes without giving, where their drama becomes your burden, or where every day feels like a battle, then this video is for you. It's time to break free from the cycle of emotional abuse and manipulation. In this video, I will share 13 insightful ways to deal with toxic people, drawing on the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, techniques that have withstood the test of thousands of years, but remain as relevant as ever in today's world. Let's dive deep into the heart of manipulation, control, and emotional warfare, and arm you with the tools you need to protect your peace and reclaim your life. Relationships today, whether romantic, familial, or even friendships, can be incredibly toxic. We live in a world where many individuals have been conditioned to manipulate others in order to get what they want. Toxic people will drain you completely, leaving you feeling exhausted, powerless, and questioning your self-worth. But here's the truth. They do not have control over you. You have the power to rise above their tactics and take charge of your emotional well-being. This is the core insight that the Stoics understood so well. Control what you can and let go of the rest. In this video, we will explore 13 powerful strategies based on Stoic philosophy that will help you handle toxic individuals like a warrior. This is not about passively accepting abuse. It's about taking bold, decisive action to protect yourself, reclaim your peace, and become emotionally bulletproof. Let's begin with something that might seem obvious, but is often overlooked. Identifying toxic behavior. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where no matter what you do, nothing is ever good enough? Whether it's a friend, partner, or family member, they criticize every little thing, constantly question your decisions, and somehow always position themselves as the victim. You end up apologizing even when you haven't done anything wrong. If this sounds familiar, you're experiencing manipulation at its core, which is classic toxic behavior. Toxic people behave like emotional parasites, draining you of your energy in ways so subtle that you often don't realize it until you're completely exhausted. They are experts at delivering small, seemingly harmless comments that undermine your confidence, making you question your worth. They might say things like, "I was just joking," or "Why are you so sensitive?" But don't be fooled. This is emotional manipulation at its finest. Toxic people love to play the victim, twisting every situation to make you feel guilty for simply standing up for yourself. How many times have you heard, "I can't believe you would do this to me," or "After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me"? These are manipulation tactics designed to make you doubt your instincts and lower your defenses. The first step in breaking free is recognizing these behaviors for what they truly are: emotional abuse. It's not just a bad day or a miscommunication. It's a deliberate attempt to control and manipulate you. Once you see through the mask they wear, you can start taking steps to protect yourself. Here's a golden rule to remember. If you constantly find yourself justifying someone's behavior to others or even to yourself, that's a huge red flag. Healthy relationships don't require you to explain away mistreatment. Toxic ones do. Now, let's address a powerful truth. It's not personal. Toxic people's behavior is never about you. It's always about them. While this might sound simple, think about how many times you've internalized their words, questioning whether you truly are the problem. They make you feel like everything is your fault, but the reality is, their behavior is a reflection of their own inner turmoil and insecurities. They can't take responsibility for their own actions, so they project their negativity onto you. Have you ever noticed how a toxic person will lash out at you when they're feeling insecure or stressed? Maybe they've had a bad day at work or are unhappy with their own life, but instead of dealing with their own issues, they take it out on you. Suddenly, you're the target, and they twist every situation to make it seem like you're the one causing the problems. But here's where Stoicism offers a powerful insight. We don't control what others do, only how we respond. Toxic people want you to react. They want to trigger your emotions because that's how they maintain control. Once you understand that their behavior has nothing to do with you, you can rise above it. You can let go of the guilt, the self-doubt, and the need to fix them. Because here's the truth, you can't fix them. You can only protect yourself. When they try to drag you into their emotional mess, remind yourself, it's not about me. You are not their therapist, their emotional punching bag, or their scapegoat. Their issues are their responsibility, not yours. Now that you've recognized toxic behavior and understood that it's not about you, It's time to set clear boundaries. And when I say boundaries, I don't mean vague, wishy-washy lines in the sand. I mean firm, non-negotiable rules that protect your peace and well-being. The thing is, toxic people hate boundaries because they limit their control over you. Let me let you in on a little secret. The reason toxic people push your limits is that they're testing you. They want to see how much they can get away with. It might start with small things, like constantly texting or calling you at all hours, interrupting your work, or demanding your attention when you need space. Then it escalates, and before you know it, you're sacrificing your time, your energy, and your mental health just to keep them happy. But here's the kicker. You don't owe anyone your energy. Your time and emotional well-being are precious, and you have every right to protect them. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's necessary. You have to be able to say no without guilt, without explanation, and without fear of retaliation. Here's a simple but powerful boundary. Stop explaining yourself. Toxic people love to drag you into endless explanations. Why don't you want to do this? How come you're acting this way? Don't you care about me? They'll use guilt, manipulation, and even anger to make you justify your decisions. But here's the thing. You don't need to justify your boundaries to anyone. Next time they try to cross a line, simply say, "This is what I need," or "I'm not available for that," and then end the conversation. The more you stand firm in your boundaries, the more they'll realize they can't manipulate you. Eventually, they'll either adjust their behavior or move on to someone else who will tolerate their nonsense. The next powerful strategy is mastering the art of non-reaction. Toxic people thrive on your reactions. They push your buttons to get a rise out of you, because let's face it, they live for the drama. Every time you react with anger, frustration, or even sadness, you're giving them exactly what they want: power over your emotions. But here's the truth. You have the power to stop them dead in their tracks. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control other people's actions, we can control how we respond. Imagine you're in the middle of an argument with a toxic person. They're throwing accusations, insults, and blame your way, hoping to provoke a reaction. What if, instead of engaging, you stayed completely calm? What if you simply didn't react at all? This might sound crazy, but I promise it's one of the most powerful moves you can make. When you stop reacting to their nonsense, you strip them of their power. They can't control you if you refuse to play their game. I know it's difficult, especially when they're pushing every button, but non-reaction is like building an emotional shield around yourself. The more you practice it, the less their words and actions will affect you. When someone tries to provoke you, pause, take a deep breath, and instead of reacting immediately, think to yourself, "I don't need to engage in this." Then say something neutral, like, "I hear what you're saying," or "I'll think about it," and walk away from the conversation. You don't owe them an emotional response, and you certainly don't owe them your peace of mind. Let's dive into one of the most effective techniques for dealing with toxic individuals who thrive on drama: the gray rock method. This strategy can truly change the game when you're dealing with someone who feeds on chaos and conflict. Toxic people crave your attention, your emotional energy, and most of all, your reactions. So, how do you deal with them? By becoming as boring and unremarkable as possible, like a grey rock. Picture this. Every time this person tries to stir up drama or provoke you, you respond with the most dull, neutral response imaginable. They're expecting you to react emotionally, whether it's by exploding, crying, or getting into a heated argument, but instead you stay calm, indifferent, and completely uninterested in the turmoil they're trying to create. By doing this, you deny them the emotional fuel they need to keep the drama going. Why does this work? Because toxic people feed off your emotional responses. When you react emotionally, you give them the energy they crave. But when you become a grey rock, emotionless, detached, and unaffected by their antics, they lose interest. They thrive on drama, and without it, they are left with nothing. Over time, they may adjust their behavior because they're not getting the reactions they expect, or they may simply move on to someone else who will feed their need for chaos. Keep in mind, this isn't about being passive or letting them walk all over you. It's about protecting your peace. By refusing to engage in their game, you take back control, refusing to give them access to your emotions. That's the ultimate form of control. Try this next time someone tries to drag you into their toxic drama, and you'll be amazed at how quickly the dynamic shifts when you remain unreactive. Another powerful technique for dealing with toxic people is the broken record technique. Toxic individuals can be relentless. They don't take no for an answer and will keep pushing until you eventually give in. Does this sound familiar? Perhaps it's a friend who always expects you to drop everything to help them, or a partner who keeps asking for something you've already refused. These people can be like bulldozers, relentlessly pushing you until you cave in. This is where the broken record technique comes into play, and trust me, it's one of the most powerful tools you can use in these situations. Here's how it works. Instead of getting sucked into an argument or justifying your stance, you simply repeat your position over and over again, like a broken record. Imagine this scenario. Someone asks you to do something unreasonable, and instead of explaining, justifying, or debating, you calmly say, "I'm not comfortable with that." They'll push back, but you remain firm, repeating, "I'm not comfortable with that." No emotion, no defensiveness, just calm, steady repetition. Eventually, they'll realize they can't break through your wall, and they will either give up or reveal their true colors. This technique works especially well in close relationships where toxic individuals feel entitled to your time, energy, or resources. The beauty of the broken record technique is that it doesn't escalate the situation, but it firmly reinforces your boundaries. Toxic people thrive on wearing you down, but when you stand your ground with unwavering consistency, they lose their grip. Remember, your boundaries are non-negotiable, and you don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting your peace. One of the hardest truths you may need to accept when dealing with toxic people is that sometimes the best way to protect yourself is to limit your exposure to them. Some people are just bad for you, no matter how much you love them or how long you've known them. They bring nothing but negativity into your life, and the more time you spend with them, the more drained and unhappy you become. Toxic people can be emotional parasites. They feed off your energy, your kindness, and your attention. But here's an important truth to remember. You don't owe them anything, not your time, not your emotional energy, and definitely not your mental health. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is put some distance between you and them. I understand that cutting ties or distancing yourself can be tough, especially when the person is a family member, a longtime friend, or someone you deeply care about. But here's the uncomfortable reality. Your well-being must come first. If someone constantly makes you feel small, stressed, or emotionally exhausted, it's time to consider limiting your exposure to them. This doesn't mean you don't care about them. It simply means you care enough about yourself to protect your peace. Limiting exposure can take many forms. It might involve seeing them less often, keeping conversations brief, or steering clear of sensitive topics that trigger toxic behavior. If it's a coworker, It could mean limiting interactions to strictly professional matters. If it's a family member, it might mean setting firm boundaries around when and how you engage with them. You can still be polite and respectful while guarding your energy. Your mental health is priceless, and toxic people do not have the right to take that from you. Building a strong support system is another powerful way to deal with toxic people. One of the most insidious tactics toxic individuals use is isolation. They'll undermine your other relationships, either subtly or not so subtly, making you feel as if they're the only ones you can rely on. Over time, they chip away at your confidence, making you doubt your judgment and distancing you from the people who genuinely care about you. This is how they maintain control, by feeding off your dependency and keeping you trapped in their toxic web. But here's a powerful truth. You don't have to go through this alone. Building a solid support system is one of the most effective ways to combat the influence of toxic people. Surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your well-being, who support your growth, and who respect your boundaries. Whether they're family, friends, or a community of like-minded individuals, having a network of people who support you will make a huge difference in how you handle toxic relationships. When you have people in your corner who uplift you, it becomes much harder for toxic individuals to tear you down. Your support system should consist of people who encourage you to be the best version of yourself, those who challenge you to grow in ways that feel empowering, not draining. These are the friends who call you out when you're slipping, but they do so with kindness, not judgment. They're the ones who respect your boundaries, support your decisions, and never make you feel guilty for choosing what's best for you. When you have a tribe of people who love and respect you, toxic people lose their power because they can no longer isolate you. Remember, the stronger your support system, the weaker the toxic person's grip on your life. Find your people, lean on them, and let their positivity reinforce your own strength. Self-care is a necessity when dealing with toxic people. Toxic individuals can be exhausting, whether through emotional manipulation, constant criticism, or relentless negativity. They have a way of draining you. That's why self-care isn't just a luxury. It's a vital tool for protecting yourself. Think of self-care as your emotional armor, shielding you from the corrosive effects of toxic relationships. Without it, you're vulnerable to burnout, resentment, and emotional exhaustion. So what does self-care look like when you're dealing with toxic people? It's more than just bubble baths and spa days, though those can certainly help. True self-care involves making decisions that protect your emotional, mental, and physical well-being. It's about knowing when to say no without feeling guilty and creating space for yourself to recharge, reflect, and recalibrate. Most importantly, it's about recognizing that your needs are just as important, if not more important, than anyone else's. Toxic people will never prioritize your needs. They'll expect you to put them first, to sacrifice your time, energy, and well-being for their benefit. But here's the key. You don't have to do that. You have the right to put yourself first, to take care of your mental health, and to refuse to let their negativity drain you. Self-care might involve taking breaks from social interactions, practicing mindfulness or meditation, or engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. Self-care also means recognizing when you've reached your limit. If a toxic person is pushing you too far, it's okay to take a step back, create space, and focus on your healing. Stoicism teaches us the importance of maintaining inner peace, and self-care is the foundation of that peace. When you prioritize your well-being, toxic people lose their power over you because you no longer depend on their approval or validation. Dealing with toxic individuals can feel overwhelming, But one of the most crucial realizations you need to have is this: you cannot fix them. No matter how deeply you love them, how much effort you put into understanding their behavior, or how many sleepless nights you spend trying to help them, you are not responsible for their healing. Toxic people often remain trapped in cycles of manipulation, blame-shifting, and control because these patterns serve their own needs, whether it's emotional validation, power, or simply the ability to control others. The more you attempt to fix them, the more you become ensnared in their web. Think about times when you've tried helping someone, only to find that your efforts go unnoticed or unappreciated. Perhaps you've been in a relationship where no matter how much you gave, your partner constantly made you feel like it was never enough. This is how toxic people draw you into a cycle of guilt and obligation. You become fixated on trying to fix them, but they remain unchanged because deep down, they don't want to change. Here's the harsh truth: you are not their savior. You cannot save someone who does not want to be saved. Stoicism teaches us an important lesson. We can only control ourselves, not others. When you stop trying to fix someone else and focus on improving your own boundaries and reactions, you unlock true freedom. You begin to reclaim the energy you've been wasting on someone who never appreciated it in the first place. The moment you realize that fixing toxic people is not your responsibility is the moment you break free from their manipulation. It's not your job to repair someone who refuses to heal, and you deserve relationships where your love and effort are valued and respected, not ones where your emotional labor goes unrecognized and unrewarded. The next mental shift comes with the concept of cognitive reframing. Toxic people have a remarkable ability to make you feel like the villain in their story. They twist facts, manipulate situations, and somehow make everything your fault. But here's the truth: it's not about you, it's about them. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control what others do, we can control how we perceive the world. This is where cognitive reframing becomes a powerful tool. For example, if you find yourself in an argument with someone who constantly criticizes you, instead of internalizing their words and allowing them to affect your self-worth, try reframing the situation. Their criticism is not a reflection of who you are, but of their own insecurities. By shifting your perspective, you disarm their ability to hurt you emotionally. You start to see their toxic behavior for what it truly is: a projection of their own fears and inadequacies. Think about how often toxic individuals gaslight you, making you question your own reality or sanity. Cognitive reframing gives you the power to step back and remind yourself that this isn't about you. It's their issue, not yours. By mentally reframing their actions as a reflection of their struggles, you begin to protect your emotional strength and detach from their toxicity. The next strategy is one that may sound counterintuitive at first. Practice forgiveness, but not for their sake. Do it for your own peace. Forgiveness isn't about excusing their behavior or pretending nothing happened. It's about freeing yourself from the emotional weight that comes with holding on to anger, resentment, and hatred. The hard truth is that when you hold on to these negative emotions, you're only hurting yourself. Think about it. While you're still stewing over how someone wronged you, they've likely moved on with their life, while you remain stuck, replaying painful memories over and over again. That anger you hold on to? It's not punishing them, it's only punishing you. This is where Stoicism offers a powerful perspective. Marcus Aurelius taught us that we should forgive not for the sake of others, but for our own peace of mind. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting or excusing. It means releasing the emotional grip they have on you. When you forgive, you stop letting their actions define your mood, happiness, or life. Forgiveness becomes a way to reclaim your power. Start small in your journey toward forgiveness. Instead of immediately trying to forgive someone for a major betrayal, begin by letting go of smaller grievances, the rude comments, the dismissive attitude. You'll be surprised at how much lighter you feel as you practice this. Over time, this will build your emotional resilience and prepare you for bigger challenges. And remember, this is about you, not them. Forgiveness is a powerful act of self-care. By letting go of resentment, you make space for peace, growth, and joy. You evict toxic people from your mental space and free yourself from their influence. Finally, there comes a time when you must walk away. It doesn't matter how long you've known someone or how much history you share with them. When someone consistently disrespects your boundaries, manipulates your emotions, or drains your energy, you need to walk away. Walking away isn't a sign of weakness. It's the ultimate display of self-respect and strength. Toxic people will try to convince you that you're the problem. They'll make you feel guilty for leaving or claim that you didn't fight hard enough to save the relationship. But don't fall for their manipulation. The truth is that you've already given enough of yourself. You've invested enough energy trying to save a relationship that continues to drain you. Now, it's time to prioritize yourself. Imagine being in a toxic romantic relationship where your partner constantly undermines you, insults you, or makes you feel like you're walking on eggshells. No matter how much you love them or how hard you try, nothing will change. The healthiest choice is to walk away. It's not easy. There will be guilt, sadness, and fear of the unknown, but your mental and emotional health are far too important to sacrifice. Walking away is about reclaiming your life. It's about refusing to let toxic people continue to hold power over you. It's a bold declaration that you value yourself enough to choose peace, happiness, and fulfillment. This is your life, and you deserve better than to stay tethered to someone who constantly drags you down. Here's the bottom line. You cannot heal in an environment that makes you sick. If a relationship, whether it's with a partner, friend, or family member, is toxic, it's time to walk away. Not every relationship can be salvaged, and that's okay. Walking away is not giving up. It's choosing to live on your own terms. It's about creating space for healthier, more loving relationships to enter your life. You are not obligated to tolerate toxicity, no matter where it comes from. Walking away is not just an act of self-preservation, it's an act of courage. You're choosing to put your well-being ahead of someone else's dysfunction. This is the greatest gift you can give yourself. In conclusion, dealing with toxic people is undoubtedly one of the most challenging experiences, but it can also be one of the most empowering. By applying these Stoic-inspired strategies, identifying toxic behavior, setting boundaries, mastering non-reaction, practicing forgiveness, and ultimately walking away, you can regain control of your emotional and mental health. Remember, you are not responsible for fixing toxic people, and you don't owe them your peace or your energy. You are responsible for yourself, and that is your greatest power. These principles will not only protect you from toxic people, but also help you grow into the best, strongest version of yourself. You deserve relationships that nurture you, not ones that drain you. With these strategies, peace is something you can achieve, no matter how toxic the people around you may be. If this video resonated with you and you found these insights valuable, I encourage you to subscribe to the channel for more content like this. I am dedicated to helping people break free from toxic relationships and live healthier, happier lives. As we become increasingly exposed to the world, sharing our emotional wounds can feel necessary for healing, but it's essential to recognize that this openness can be misused. Sadly, there are individuals who may exploit such vulnerability to inflict emotional harm. While not everyone behaves this way, it is a harsh reality that some people derive a twisted sense of satisfaction from observing the suffering of others, or worse, from actively contributing to it. This cruel dynamic is often intensified by envy, a feeling that unfortunately is not rare. Envy can manifest in numerous aspects of life, in professional settings, within groups of friends, and even inside our own family circles. If this is your first time on my channel, I'd greatly appreciate your support. Please subscribe and like this video so I can continue making content like this in the future. Learning to guard your emotional vulnerabilities can serve as a powerful tool for resilience. Picture yourself as a tree standing tall in the heart of a fierce storm. The leaves may flutter wildly and the branches may bend under pressure, but the trunk remains firmly planted, deeply rooted in the earth. This image represents the quiet strength we aim to cultivate, the ability to stay grounded and steady amid life's chaos and hardship. We will guide you through how to further solidify this inner resilience, demonstrating how to project a sense of calm and control even when life feels turbulent, either from external forces or inner struggles. Each trial you face becomes an opportunity for personal development, drawing inspiration from the tree that may sway but never breaks under the weight of the storm. This journey isn't about pretending the storm doesn't exist. It's about choosing not to let it defeat you. With this mindset, you become the architect of your own fate, maintaining composure and confidence even in times of disorder. In this video, we're going to explore 18 Stoic principles inspired by the renowned philosopher Epicurus, whose wisdom has endured the test of time. I invite you to join us on this journey of self-discovery, where you'll learn that real strength isn't in the thunder's roar, but in the calm light that guides us through darkness. So, I encourage you to stay with me over the next few minutes. Set aside your daily distractions and immerse yourself fully in this valuable learning experience. Let's begin. The first principle invites us to listen twice as much as we speak. This concept prompts us to reflect on a fascinating detail of our human nature. We have 2 ears and only 1 mouth. In Epicurus's teachings, this isn't seen as a mere coincidence, but rather a meaningful reminder that listening should be prioritized over speaking. The reason for this is simple. Through attentive listening, we open ourselves to new knowledge and deeper understanding. Listening broadens our perspective of the world and helps us build bridges with those around us. Epicurus urges us not to become enamored with our own voice, but instead to value the insights, experiences, and thoughts of others. In essence, real growth and progress are made when we absorb and reflect upon the wisdom that others share with us. With this in mind, we are encouraged to shift our focus, to listen with empathy, humility, and openness. Doing so creates space for more enriching conversations and a deeper grasp of the world we live in. The second principle asks us to prepare for failure. Failure, often feared and avoided, is actually a necessary part of any journey towards success. In our pursuit of goals and accomplishments, many of us try to steer clear of mistakes at all costs. Yet Epicurus viewed failure not as a setback, but as a priceless opportunity for learning and self-improvement. Rather than fearing embarrassment or judgment when we stumble, we should welcome failure as a step forward. This way of thinking challenges traditional views of success. It reveals that success isn't something that suddenly happens. It's a process of learning and growth. Epicurus encourages us to embrace our errors, seeing them as a way to refine our abilities and inch closer to excellence. Through trial and error, we enhance our strengths, overcome barriers, and make continuous progress toward both our personal and professional goals. The third principle dives into the roots of anxiety, specifically the tendency to always expect the worst. This mindset often leads to overwhelming stress as we constantly brace ourselves for disasters that may never come. We worry excessively about the future, fearing that our loved ones will let us down, that we'll face financial hardship, or that unexpected crises will arise. Epicurus offers a radical and practical approach to this emotional trap. He invites us to shift our perspective entirely. Instead of letting anxiety consume us, he challenges us to recognize that many of the things we dread have already happened, or are far less threatening than we imagine. While this may initially seem disorienting, it's a powerful mental shift. It helps us reclaim our peace of mind by reminding us that fear often lives more in our imagination than in reality. When we operate from the belief that the worst has already happened, we become more psychologically prepared to confront whatever challenges may arise. This shift in perception nurtures a kind of resilience that empowers us to face the future with a calmer and more assured outlook. Remaining mindful of the dangers associated with fortune is essential. While the pursuit of wealth is a common desire shared by many, few recognize the subtle yet significant risks that come with it. It's not just about how money can attract people with questionable intentions, those who may only pretend to be friends because they see prosperity. The deeper issue lies in how financial gain can alter not only the perceptions of those around us, but also our own sense of morality. Money, once attained, possesses a power to transform people, and that transformation isn't always for the better. With wealth may come the unintended consequence of compromising our values or straying from the path of integrity. In times of material abundance, we must be vigilant, lest we lose our way and fall victim to pride, vanity, or detachment from what truly matters. Holding on to a single hope can also be a source of emotional fragility. As human beings, we have the remarkable capacity to dream and pursue many different goals. Placing all our hopes in just one aspiration is inherently risky. If that one objective fails to come to fruition, the emotional toll can be devastating. Epicurus advises against this kind of one-dimensional investment in hope. Instead, he suggests that we should broaden our horizons by embracing multiple goals. By walking several paths toward fulfillment, we expand our chances of success and build the emotional flexibility to adapt when life doesn't go as planned. This diversified approach to dreams fosters resilience and allows us to find joy and meaning in various areas of our lives, rather than being crushed by a single disappointment. True wealth, according to the Stoic teachings of Epictetus, lies not in what one possesses, but in a spirit that is content. Epictetus once said that wisdom belongs to the person who does not grieve over what they lack, but instead finds joy in what they already have. This idea is more than just a poetic thought. It's a practical lesson about gratitude. Rather than wasting our time and emotional energy lamenting what we don't yet possess, we would be far better served by appreciating what is already ours. While we may overlook our blessings, choosing instead to focus on what's missing, we lose countless precious moments that could have been filled with gratitude and peace. A truly wealthy person in this view is first and foremost a genuinely happy one. Always bearing in mind that death lies at the end of the road is not meant to throw us into despair. Rather, it serves as a powerful invitation to reflect on the finite nature of life itself. Death is the one certainty that awaits us all, the final destination regardless of how we've lived. By staying aware of this universal truth, we're encouraged to treasure the limited time we have. This realization compels us to reassess our priorities and question the wisdom of spending decades amassing material possessions that we cannot take with us. When we adopt this perspective, our focus shifts toward creating meaningful experiences and nurturing deep relationships instead of merely acquiring things. Furthermore, by internalizing these timeless principles, we can develop a more profound appreciation for the present moment, living each day with sincerity, purpose, and a sense of fulfillment. Humility is another vital component that should be integrated into our lives. If we truly want to grow and learn, we must first accept that we do not know everything. Epicurus, with one of his insightful phrases, reminds us that genuine learning only happens when we admit that we are not already in possession of the knowledge we seek. When we discard pride and approach learning with openness, we begin to see the world through the fresh eyes of a child, full of curiosity and awe. This humble mindset not only enhances our capacity for acquiring knowledge, but also strengthens our human connections. By fostering empathy and receptiveness to diverse perspectives, humility enriches both our intellectual and emotional lives. Taking responsibility for your actions is equally important. It's interesting how we instinctively recoil when someone sneezes near us, driven by an immediate fear of infection. Yet we don't exercise the same caution when it comes to a much more harmful contagion, one that spreads through irresponsibility and the refusal to own our mistakes. True self-awareness begins with the willingness to recognize and accept accountability for our choices and behaviors. Only by doing so can we begin to foster personal growth and protect others from the ripple effects of our unacknowledged actions. He advised us to be selective with the people we allow into our lives. Surrounding ourselves with individuals who uplift, motivate, and inspire us to be our best can have a profound effect on our emotional well-being. People's behavior significantly influences our mood. While some individuals drain us of energy and darken our days, others infuse us with vitality and joy. For this reason, one of the most intelligent choices we can make is to align ourselves with those who radiate positivity and distance ourselves from those whose presence makes us question our own worth or even our existence. Guilt, in this regard, is akin to a plague. It is a toxic weight that many carry needlessly. Ordinary people tend to shift blame onto others, while some internalize it and blame themselves. However, the wise see guilt for what it truly is, an unproductive and misleading emotion. Epicurus's insight into guilt has proven so profound that even modern therapists now advocate for its eradication from our lives. The only effective way to defeat guilt is by refusing to engage with it. But this is not a simple task. When we assign blame, whether to others or to ourselves, we inadvertently distance ourselves from the opportunity to correct the error and take responsibility. Blame is a tempting path of avoidance, but only those with strong inner resolve and a genuine commitment to self-improvement can resist its allure, and instead choose accountability and growth. It is equally vital to understand that our reactions shape the course of our lives. We cannot afford to underestimate the power of our emotional responses, as they are the very foundation of our success or failure. Epicurus made it clear: while we cannot always control what happens to us, we can absolutely control how we respond to those events. Misfortune does not discriminate. It can befall anyone. But what defines us is how we act from the moment adversity strikes. For some, a difficult event such as a divorce might lead to despair and a sense of victimhood. But through the lens of Epicurean wisdom, it can also be seen as a new beginning, a chance for self-reflection and growth. Your life is not shaped by what happens to you, but by what you choose to do in response to those events. Fulfilling one's duty is an unshakable principle. Each of us has a purpose within the broader fabric of society and nature. The sun rises every day, not because it is praised or summoned, but simply because it must. In the same way, every element in nature fulfills its role without expecting acknowledgement or applause. We must approach our responsibilities with this same unwavering dedication. If we only perform our duties in hopes of recognition or validation, then we are failing not just those who depend on us, but also ourselves. Understanding our role and the interconnectedness of life, we must act with moral conviction, driven not by the desire for reward, but by the awareness of our impact on others. Taking control of your life also means refusing to surrender your emotional state to others. When you allow someone else's comments or behavior to anger you, you hand over the reins of your life to them. That person, by provoking you, becomes your master, but only because you allowed it. Epicurus reminds us that within us are numerous internal switches. Some lead us toward joy and fulfillment, while others drive us into emotional ruin. Unfortunately, when we give in to anger, we are activating the latter. The solution lies in raising an internal barrier that shields us from being affected by others' attitudes. Everyone is ultimately responsible for their words and actions, just as we are responsible for our reactions. Choosing simplicity is another profound teaching. Why live simply when we have access to luxury and abundance? The answer is surprisingly straightforward. Wealth demands effort, energy, and constant attention to maintain. It brings with it a burdensome system of deadlines, bills, debts, and obligations. But when we adopt a simpler way of life, we free ourselves from these constraints. We no longer exist under the pressure of material upkeep and can instead enjoy peace and presence. A simple life is not a life of lack. It is a life of deliberate abundance, one that is rich in freedom and clarity. We are also advised not to waste our energy on those who hate or criticize us. Ignore them. You are far greater than those who choose to bring others down through scorn or judgment. Such people do not deserve your attention or your thoughts. They do not merit a place in your emotional space. Epicurus teaches us not to fear those who wish us harm. Their noise is nothing more than a desperate, pitiful attempt to disrupt your peace. Let it pass. Be immune to it. Walk away with your dignity intact. Above all material gain, true friendship stands as the greatest wealth. Friends who are genuine and loyal provide a richness that no amount of money can buy. They are the ones who will stand by us when fortunes fade, when the spotlight dims, and when success gives way to struggle. In a world obsessed with accumulation and status, we are reminded that the most valuable treasures are the people who choose to walk beside us, not because of what we have, but because of who we are. Too often, we fail to recognize the profound value and significance of genuine human relationships. Authentic friendships are not based on convenience or superficial interests, but on unwavering support, those comforting presences that lift us in our hardest moments and celebrate with us in times of joy, expecting nothing in return. They are a sanctuary when life gets overwhelming, a guiding light in the darkness, and a firm pillar during life's most turbulent storms. Investing in authentic friendships is one of the most valuable and enduring commitments we can make. When we nurture and care for these relationships, we build an emotional wealth far greater than anything money can buy. This emotional connection offers understanding, companionship, and a sense of belonging that no material possession could ever replace. Therefore, make it a priority to nurture and grow these bonds of friendship. In doing so, you'll be making a wise investment in relationships that endure, regardless of the rise and fall of material fortune. Stop worrying about what lies beyond your control. You may govern your opinions, but not the way others perceive you. You can chase dreams and exert effort in the pursuit of success, but the outcome, the wealth, the recognition, the results, is not always within your grasp. To spend time and energy worrying or growing bitter over circumstances we cannot influence is to make a choice that ultimately robs us of peace. Epicurus urges us to focus our energy on nurturing those inner values that we actually have the power to shape, while also learning to let go of what is beyond us. It becomes our responsibility not just to try to control outcomes, but to release them, allowing fate to unfold in its own way. No matter the situation, always make the effort to extract something good from it. Whatever happens to you, you still hold the power to decide how you respond. That is not merely an option, it is your duty. These may not be Epicurus's direct words, but they carry his essence. It's not about hoping to find the good in adversity, it's about making a conscious effort to bring it forth. So long as intelligence and awareness reside in you, you have the capacity to recognize the potential benefits hidden within every situation. Picture this. You arrive at work one day only to be informed you're being let go. Rather than falling into despair or assuming the universe is plotting against you, you could see this as the perfect opportunity to finally embark on that venture you've long dreamed about. For too long, you may have been surrounded by colleagues who didn't uplift you or resonate with your spirit. Now, the door has opened for something better. Always strive to discover something valuable in your circumstances. These small but consistent choices, repeated throughout your life, will carry you further than any amount of regret or self-pity ever could. Not only are such attitudes vital for personal development, they are immensely helpful in daily life. The principles of Stoic philosophy offer us tools to face challenges with grace and inner strength. Stoicism does not cater to fantasy or wishful thinking. It invites us to apply wisdom, face reality with clarity, and move forward with courage and intention. Do you want to know what the most dangerous thing you can do in life is? It's doing nothing. Yes, it's really that simple. Nothing. It's easy to keep repeating the same excuses and maintain the same mediocre habits while waiting for that perfect day when everything finally falls into place. But here's the strongest truth. That day will never come. You already know that deep down. Let me make this clear for you, though. Don't worry, you're not alone. We're all in the same boat. Many of us need a push, or maybe even a hard shove, to break free from inertia. So today, we're going to dive into Stoic philosophy, but not in the form of some ancient, abstract teachings. Instead, I'll share it with the practicality you need to start improving your life, starting right now. In this video, I'll teach you the 10 crucial lessons or reality checks that will force you to be better. And don't stress. Perfection isn't necessary, just consistency. So, the question is, are you going to keep finding excuses, or are you finally ready to take control of your life? The perfect moment doesn't exist, and your only real competition is you. But before we jump into the lessons, I want to tell you a story that will help you better understand the wisdom you'll be learning today. There was once a young fisherman named Lucas, living in a small coastal town. Although Lucas was well known for his skills with nets and his deep knowledge of the sea, he always felt like something was missing in his life. Each morning, as he cast his nets into the water, he would gaze out at the horizon, imagining ways to improve both his fishing and his life. One day, while sailing alone in his small boat, an unexpected storm suddenly hit the sea. The massive waves threatened to capsize his boat, and the fierce wind made it impossible for him to return to shore. Lucas fought with all his might, but soon realized that sheer strength wasn't enough to survive this storm. He needed a plan. As the storm raged, he recalled the wise words of his grandfather, an experienced fisherman. The sea will teach you how to improve, day after day. Knowing how to swim isn't enough. You must also learn how to read the waves. Inspired by his grandfather's wisdom, Lucas began to carefully observe the movement of the water. He realized that instead of fighting the currents, he could use them to guide his boat. With patience and determination, he adjusted his sails and steered his boat toward a small cove he had once explored. It took him hours, but eventually he found refuge there, safe from the storm. The next day, when Lucas returned to the village, his neighbors were shocked to see him. Many had assumed he was lost to the storm. But not only had he survived, he came back with an important lesson. He shared how he had applied the knowledge he'd gained over the years to adapt to the situation and overcome it. Lucas explained to the younger fisherman, "Every day is an opportunity to improve, even if it's just a little. If you force yourself to learn from every experience, even from the storms, you'll come back stronger and wiser." From that day on, Lucas not only continued his fishing, but he also became a teacher, guiding others on how to face difficulties with calmness and strategy. He became an example of how consistent, incremental improvement transforms not only our skills, but also the way we perceive the world. The lesson Lucas taught was clear. Daily improvement isn't always about making huge changes. It's about learning to adapt, observing, and growing just a little each time. Push yourself to improve daily, and soon you'll realize that even the fiercest storms can become opportunities to move forward. Before we begin with the first lesson, I want to remind you to subscribe and activate notifications if you find this content useful. It will keep you updated with the latest videos. Let's get started with the first lesson. The enemy in the mirror. You know that invisible enemy that's always lurking, making you think that you can't move forward? No, I'm not talking about a childhood imaginary friend. I'm talking about something much more subtle. Your excuses. These little lies you tell yourself in order to feel better in the moment, but which are actually holding you back. It's time to expose them, because improving begins with recognizing your mental traps. Believe me when I say that if you don't spot them, you won't be able to move forward. When I look at you, I see someone incredibly capable, but when I hear you talk about your dreams, your projects, or your goals, all I hear are excuses. Does any of this sound familiar? I don't have time. I'm too tired. Now's not the right time. This Stoic philosophy stuff is too complicated for me. Excuses always hide behind our insecurities and fears. They convince you that one day in the future, everything will magically align. The truth is that perfect future doesn't exist. If you keep waiting for it, you'll always find yourself stuck in the same place, caught in the cycle of never actually starting. You need to see your excuses for what they are. Traps. Small mental manipulations that trick you into thinking that the problem lies outside of yourself. It's easier to blame lack of time or bad luck than to admit that you're doing nothing to improve. Stoic philosophy teaches us to take control of what depends on us and to release what doesn't. Time, luck, other people, those are things beyond your control. What you can control is your own actions. So, if you really want to improve, start by questioning those excuses. A powerful strategy is to write them down. I know it may sound silly, but it works. List all the reasons that have held you back so far. Put them down on paper and face them head-on. You'll find that each excuse grows weaker when exposed to the light of reality. Next to each excuse, write down a specific action you can take to move forward, even if it's just a small step. It doesn't matter what the step is, just do it. Every small action brings you closer to your goal. Another tactic that will help you is to force yourself to improve every day. Don't wait for everything to be perfect, because it never will be. Do something, even if you don't feel like it. Get up and complete a small task every day without making excuses. I'm not saying you should punish yourself, but like the Stoics, you must understand that improvement is a constant process, not something that will happen in a sudden grand moment. Excuses lose their power when discipline becomes part of your routine. So, if you really want to move forward, start by recognizing the enemy in the mirror. Your excuses. They're just mental obstacles, and you can beat them with action. Stop searching for the perfect moment or the perfect conditions. The only perfect moment is now, and the only stage you need is your own will to improve, step by step. Let's move on to the second lesson, the power of small steps. You've probably heard the idea that to change your life, you need to take one big leap. Well, let me tell you, that idea is as wrong as believing that the office coffee will save us from a disastrous Monday morning. The truth is, the real power lies in small steps, the tiny victories that may not seem like much in the moment, but which, in the end, build the personal empire you dream of. We often think we need to make grand, heroic efforts to change our lives, but the most important changes don't come from a single act of bravery. They come from those days when you achieve something, no matter how small, that moves you closer to your goal. For example, maybe instead of binge-watching the latest series, you decide to take a 15-minute walk. It's not a marathon, but it's a step toward better health. Or perhaps you decide to read 10 pages of a book instead of mindlessly scrolling through your phone. Those are the moments that truly count. The Stoics understood this well. They didn't believe in sudden dramatic changes. They knew that real progress comes from small, consistent efforts. Instead of waiting for everything to be fixed all at once, they advocated working every day, even when the road ahead seemed long and tedious. The key isn't to give up, it's to keep moving forward, even if it's just a small step. That's the secret to lasting change. Now, you may be wondering how to force yourself to improve each day. The answer is simple. Create habits. Yes, it really is that easy. The magic of habits is that over time, they become automatic. The trick is to start with actions that you can do with minimal effort, things that make you feel like you've achieved something, even if it's small. Don't try to mimic the exercise routine of an Olympic athlete right away. But that doesn't mean you can't start with something small. For example, you can begin with just 5 minutes of stretching when you wake up. And of course, you can avoid the temptation to procrastinate on tasks that are important to you. These small steps, though they might seem insignificant, accumulate over time, making a bigger difference than you might think. If you find it hard to get started, that's okay. You don't need everything to be perfect right now. Focus on one day at a time. If you don't manage to accomplish everything you set out to do today, don't beat yourself up about it. But if, on the other hand, you've taken that small step, even if it doesn't feel like a huge accomplishment, celebrate that mini victory. Life is not measured in grand moments, but in a series of small decisions, and those decisions ultimately define your destiny. Remember, the key isn't to change everything all at once, but to make those small changes day by day. If you do this consistently, time will work in your favor. As the saying goes, if you want your life to be different, start by committing to daily improvement, little by little. Instead of obsessing over giant leaps, focus on taking small, invisible steps that will gradually bring you closer to the life you truly desire. The secret to success lies in these mini victories. Perseverance, even when it doesn't seem to bring immediate results, will carry you much further than any single grand effort. As it's often said, change doesn't come from doing huge things, but from doing small things consistently. The sum of these small victories shapes your future. It's time to leave your comfort zone. Staying too long in your comfort zone is like living inside a bubble. Everything seems fine at first, but in reality, you're suffocating without even realizing it. You get so used to what's easy and familiar that you forget what it truly means to live. The comfort zone is like a cozy armchair that holds you too tightly, making you feel safe. But at what cost? You're losing the space to grow, to learn, to face new challenges. It's time to break free from that bubble before it bursts. Leaving your comfort zone may sound terrifying, and it's true that nobody likes to leave the security of the familiar to jump into the unknown. But here's the trick. It's not about jumping without a parachute. It's about taking one small step at a time into the unknown. Yes, fear will accompany you on this journey. But the good news is that fear is a sign that you are alive and moving forward, rather than staying stagnant like a stone in the middle of a river. The Stoics understood this well. They didn't fear challenges. They saw them as opportunities to improve. They urged themselves to grow day by day. But how can you start stepping out of your comfort zone without feeling overwhelmed? The answer lies in small changes, pushing your limits gradually. Picture yourself walking on a tightrope. You wouldn't jump all at once, right? You'd start by taking slow, deliberate steps, concentrating, and learning to maintain your balance. That's how you can begin making changes in your life. It doesn't require a giant leap. It only takes a small but determined step. A great example of this is the habit of continuous improvement. Spend a few minutes each day doing something that pushes you out of your comfort zone, whether it's reading a book that intimidates you or having a difficult conversation you've been avoiding. The important thing is to take action. Even if fear paralyzes you, the worst that can happen is that you learn something new, even if it's just about yourself. Consider setting small, manageable goals. If you set a goal to run a marathon right away, you'll likely end up with nothing but a sore knee and an existential crisis. But if your goal is to walk for just 20 minutes each day, by the end of the week, you will have walked for 140 minutes. It's not a revolution, but it's a step forward, And if you continue taking small steps each day, you'll see that over time, you've covered a great distance. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't have to be a massive leap. Instead, aim for small actions that encourage growth. As Seneca, the great Stoic philosopher, said, "True freedom isn't found in staying where you feel comfortable, but in learning to grow in every situation, even when fear is lurking." So the next time you feel drawn back to your comfort zone, take a deep breath, take that first step, and use fear to fuel your progress. Remember, life isn't meant to be comfortable. It's the discomfort that allows us to evolve. As Carl Jung said, life begins where your comfort zone ends. Now, let's talk about the art of failing like a pro. Throughout our lives, we often do everything we can to avoid failure. And when we finally stumble, we feel like the world is against us. But what if I told you that failure isn't just part of the process? It's the quickest way to improve. Losing and falling may not seem glamorous, but this is something the Stoics understood well. They accepted adversity with grace and saw failure as an opportunity to grow. The key isn't in avoiding failure, but in using it as a tool for improvement. Failure may feel uncomfortable and triggering, bringing up emotions like shame, frustration, and regret. But if we pause and look beyond the emotional reaction, we'll see that failure actually points us toward the areas where we need to improve. Think of failure as a treasure map, but only if you know how to read it. I'm not suggesting that you should be thrilled when you fail, nor am I asking you to put a sign on your house that says, "Long live failure." What I'm encouraging you to do is shift your perspective. Instead of seeing failure as defeat, view it as an opportunity to learn something new about yourself, about your limitations, and about what really matters. As the Stoics said, pain and failure are inevitable, but what matters most is how we respond to them. How do you take advantage of failure? There's no magic formula. It's about consistent action and constant improvement. Stoic philosophy teaches us to view each new day as an opportunity to be better than the day before, even if it's just by a little. This means that every mistake, every stumble, every moment of frustration is valuable if you choose to use it to improve. It's like going to the gym. On your first day, you won't be lifting weights like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but little by little, with effort and perseverance, you'll become stronger. In this way, failure isn't an obstacle, it's a step toward your personal peak. The key is not to allow yourself to stagnate. Real failure comes when you fail to learn from your mistakes and keep repeating the same actions over and over. If every time you fall, you get back up with more knowledge, you'll have made significant progress, even though the journey may not be easy or quick. Improvement isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And the art of failing like a pro is about understanding that every mistake is an opportunity in disguise. If you don't fail, how will you know if you're progressing? The real secret isn't in avoiding failure, but in rising stronger every time you fall. As Marcus Aurelius said, "It is not the mistake that matters, but what you do after making it." Finally, let's talk about routines that can transform your life. How many times in your life have you said, "Tomorrow I'll start," only to find that tomorrow never comes? Every time you make that promise, you sink deeper into the comfort of procrastination. Have you ever felt stuck in this cycle? Don't worry, you're not alone. This is the classic trap that many of us fall into, especially when we focus more on excuses than on action. But what if I told you that your ideal day isn't far away or impossible? It's not about magic, it's about creating habits that move you toward personal growth. The key is in your routines, the small decisions you make every day. For example, what you do every morning can set the tone for the rest of your day. Imagine waking up and instead of diving into a chaotic, aimless day, you take control and start by doing something small but meaningful. The way you start your day can have a significant impact on the rest of your life. Imagine waking up and instead of diving straight into the chaos of your routine, you take a moment to intentionally set the tone for your day. Perhaps you choose to begin with something simple, a brief meditation or a walk outside to clear your mind. These small acts of intentionality can influence the direction of your day. What would happen if, instead of getting caught in a cycle of repetitive, negative thoughts, you deliberately filled your mind with something more constructive? Even moments of stillness, though they might seem insignificant, carry immense power. However, what truly matters is not only how you begin your day, but how you maintain it. If you've studied any Stoic philosophy, you are likely familiar with the importance of self-discipline. The Stoics taught that having control over oneself and not being swayed by impulsive behavior is essential. They emphasized the value of continuous self-improvement, of pushing yourself to get better every day. This doesn't mean waiting for ideal conditions because, as the Stoics would point out, perfect circumstances don't exist. It means making a commitment to improving your life, even in small steps, every single day. Perhaps today you cannot write a 300-page book, but you can certainly write one page. Maybe you won't completely transform your life in a single morning, but you can take a step in the right direction. The key here is to start small, with something manageable, something you can control. This way, you can feel a sense of progress as you move forward. As you incorporate new habits into your routine, you'll realize that making positive changes is far simpler than it initially seems. Consider something as simple as writing down 3 things you're grateful for each morning. That small practice could completely change the way you view the rest of your day. Or, if you struggle with decision-making, take a few minutes each day to reflect on what went well and what didn't. This small exercise helps shift your focus to the positive and trains you to make better choices. Never underestimate the power of small changes. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca wisely said, "It's not that we have little time, but that we waste much of it." The routines you establish today won't just help you organize your day, they'll lay the foundation for your future. There's no need for a drastic overnight transformation. What matters is your commitment to becoming slightly better each day. This consistent effort, even in the smallest of actions, is what will truly transform your life and bring you closer to becoming the ideal version of yourself. As Gandhi wisely put it, progress is not the sum of big steps, but the constancy of small changes. Now, consider the constant noise that fills your mind. Have you ever paused to think about the mental chatter that never seems to stop? The internal dialogue that feels more like an adversary, one that constantly tries to sabotage your every step forward. That endless murmur in your mind that tells you that you can't succeed, that you won't do well, or that it's not worth trying, is a persistent barrier. It's like having a personal DJ in your brain, but instead of blasting uplifting music, it plays a constant stream of negative thoughts. Clearly, it's difficult to move forward when you're caught in the middle of that mental storm. The problem with this mental noise is that it can become a block, one that prevents you from taking action. You begin to wonder, what if I'm wrong? What if I can't do it? What if it's too late? These thoughts echo again and again, keeping you stuck in indecision and inaction. The truth is, while you can't control what thoughts pop into your head, you can learn how to respond to them. It's not a matter of magically silencing those thoughts, but of managing your reaction to them. This is the essence of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that we must distinguish between what is within our control and what is not. Thoughts are like the wind. They may blow unpredictably, but you can choose how you respond. You can't stop them from coming, but you can decide how to direct your energy. The key lies in deciding what to do with those thoughts. If you let doubt and insecurity take control, your actions will follow that direction. However, if you decide to take a step forward despite your doubts, the mental noise will lose its power. So, how do you deal with that inner noise that holds you back? First, you must acknowledge it. Stop ignoring it and instead confront it directly. Instead of allowing yourself to be paralyzed by the "I can't" mindset, begin to ask yourself, "Why can't I?" When you do this honestly, you'll often find that the real obstacle is your own reluctance to take action. The next step is to take action, no matter what your thoughts may say. Even if your mind insists that you can't, do it anyway. Take a small step. If you struggle with procrastination, for example, make yourself sit down and work, even if it's just for 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes can turn into 10, and then an hour. Action is the antidote to mental noise. And most importantly, don't wait for the noise to go away completely, because in truth, it may never fully disappear. There will always be some mental chatter, but what matters is that you don't let it dictate your actions. The greatest enemy you'll ever face isn't external. It's the noise in your head. The power that this noise holds over you is the power you choose to give it. If you stop listening, you can start to move forward. Even if your mind tells you that you can't, force yourself to act, and you'll see how that noise begins to fade. Remember, every day is a new opportunity to quiet the chaos in your mind and take one more step forward. Your progress may be slow, but as long as you keep going, the noise will become less and less significant. The next challenge is comparison. Have you ever found yourself comparing your progress to others and thinking, "Why can't I have that?" Or, "Why am I not as successful or happy as they are?" If you have, you're not alone. Comparison is one of the most self-sabotaging habits we can fall into. It's a trap that steals your peace and fills you with doubts and frustrations. And it happens so subtly that you don't even realize it's happening. Comparison is like a race where instead of moving toward your own finish line, you're constantly checking your position relative to everyone else. You waste time measuring your speed, your pace, and even your appearance, all the while losing ground. The truth is, comparing yourself to others is a dead-end road. While it may seem like it will push you forward, it actually paralyzes you. You might look at someone else and think they're further along or have something you don't, but that's just an illusion. The Stoics, who focused on inner peace and happiness, would tell us that the key to living a fulfilling life is to focus on what we can control, not on what others are doing. You can't win a race if you're constantly looking at the competitors. So, what's the solution? It's simple, though not always easy. The solution is to focus on your own journey and commit to improving yourself every single day, even if it's just a little bit. You don't have to be the best at everything, but you can certainly be better than you were yesterday. This approach doesn't mean taking massive leaps all at once. Instead, it's about making consistent, small improvements. The key is to keep moving forward, no matter how slowly, and not to give up when obstacles arise or when others seem to be progressing faster. The only true competitor you need to beat is your past self. Strive to surpass who you were yesterday, and you'll quickly see that this alone is more than enough. If you push yourself to improve even just a little bit each day, you'll be astounded by how far you've come. As Brian Tracy wisely puts it, true competition is not about comparing yourself to others, but about being better than you were yesterday. Dreaming is a wonderful thing, but turning those dreams into reality is what truly matters. You've likely found yourself in the shoes of an avid dreamer, full of big ideas, grand goals, and exciting projects. But how often do you end the day with only a list of unfulfilled dreams? The key to transforming these dreams into something tangible lies in one simple but challenging truth. Dreaming is important, but action is what makes the difference. It's time to stop circling the same thoughts and take concrete steps. Imagine an architect who has a brilliant design in mind, but never gets to the stage of drawing plans, hiring contractors, or ordering materials. Without action, the most spectacular ideas are meaningless. The same goes for you. Ideas alone hold no value unless you act on them. You might think you're working toward a great future, but in reality, you're simply accumulating empty thoughts. The Stoics, with their ancient wisdom, fully understood this. They emphasized the importance of action over idle contemplation. If you truly want to become someone who achieves, it's not enough to set goals. You must also have a clear plan and an unwavering commitment to daily improvement. You may be wondering how to go from just thinking about something to actually taking action. The strategy is simple. Break down your larger goals into smaller, manageable tasks. For example, if your goal is to write a book, don't obsess over the cover or acknowledgements. Focus on writing a single paragraph each day. If you want to get fit, don't think about losing 10 kilograms. Simply aim to go for a 30-minute walk. The hard part isn't just breaking things down, it's committing to those smaller tasks. The road to improvement is challenging, and distractions like the allure of the couch will try to derail you. But if you give in to procrastination, those dreams will remain nothing but fantasies. To combat this, treat yourself to small rewards after accomplishing tasks. For example, after writing 500 words, take a break or enjoy a little treat. Your brain will respond better when it knows there's a reward waiting. Consistency is another crucial element. Improving is like learning to play an instrument. At first, your fingers may struggle and the notes might sound off, but with practice, you will improve over time. The same principle applies to your goals. Even though progress might seem slow at first, every small step counts. In the end, great achievements are simply a collection of consistent daily actions. If you continue to dream without taking action, you'll find yourself in the same place a year from now, perhaps even further away from your goals. So make it a priority to start working on your dreams today. Goals are meant to be achieved, not left suspended in the air. Remember, it's not about perfection, it's about consistency. As the Stoics taught, it's not about waiting for the perfect moment, but rather seizing the present moment to take action. As Seneca said, "He who does not advance today is left behind tomorrow." Consider the people who surround you, those in your life who support or understand you. Your environment plays a bigger role in your growth than you might realize. It could be the difference between feeling stuck and making significant strides towards self-improvement. And no, this isn't about surrounding yourself with influencers or self-help experts. It's about being around people who genuinely challenge you, who push you to break your own limits and grow. You might be thinking that it's impossible to choose the people around you, especially when it comes to family or co-workers. But here's the secret. Even if you can't control who's in your immediate circle, You can control how you respond to them and, most importantly, where you direct your energy. The Stoics knew this well. Your environment doesn't define who you are, but how you respond to it does. Just like the philosophers of antiquity, you can strive to improve every day, even in the face of chaos. The environment is powerful. If you surround yourself with people who only tell you what you want to hear and never challenge you, you're in a dangerous position. It's like trying to learn how to swim in a plastic pool. You'll float, but you're not really moving forward. Growth requires being pushed out of your comfort zone. So, what should you do? Take a careful look at your inner circle. Examine who gives you energy and who drains it, who challenges you and who keeps you stuck in your old ways. Sometimes, improvement comes not from radical changes, but from simply becoming more aware of who you spend your time with and where you invest your energy. Don't get caught in the comfort of people who are content with keeping everything the same. If there's no growth, what's the point? Surrounding yourself with people who inspire you doesn't mean you need to fill your life with geniuses or experts. It's not about finding perfect people, but rather those who, regardless of their success or wisdom, motivate you to be better. Sometimes, the people who seem least remarkable can teach you the most. Continuous improvement is not a destination, it's a journey. And on that journey, you need companions who will help keep you on track. In the end, if you want to progress, you must be surrounded by people who are also moving forward. So, seek out those who challenge you and encourage you to improve. Don't settle into a comfortable bubble where no one pushes you. Stoic philosophy teaches us that while we cannot control everything happening around us, we can choose how to react. If you surround yourself with the right people, they can make it much easier for you to improve every day. Although the path may not always be easy, the right tribe can make the effort worthwhile. Remember, your environment doesn't determine your destiny, but it can fuel your journey to achieve it. It's easy to get excited when starting a new project. The enthusiasm, the energy, and the optimism feel unstoppable. But what happens after a few weeks, when the initial excitement starts to fade? The routine of doing the same thing every day can become monotonous, and motivation starts slipping away. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. The key is learning how to maintain that motivation without burning out. The first thing to understand is that motivation isn't a constant, unending force. It's more like fuel that needs to be replenished. If you don't keep refueling it, it will eventually burn out. So, how do you maintain your energy without exhausting yourself? Here's the trick: celebrate, breathe, and repeat. Progress isn't always visible in huge leaps. Sometimes, improving is like constructing a brick house. Each day, you place one brick, and while the progress may not be obvious right away, over time, you'll build something solid. Don't be discouraged by the lack of immediate results. Celebrate the small victories, like finishing a chapter of that book you've been putting off, or finally getting up early to exercise after weeks of procrastination. These small achievements are worth acknowledging. Motivation is closely tied to focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. This is a key concept in Stoic philosophy. Often, frustration arises because we expect too much too soon. We want to achieve everything at once, be perfect, and do it all right away. But that's unrealistic, and it's a surefire way to burn yourself out. Take a step back when things feel overwhelming. Remember, the journey towards success is not a sprint, but a marathon. The key to continual improvement lies in repetition. But this doesn't mean repeating the same tasks mindlessly like a robot. The real trick is to bring variety into your routine. If you perform the same actions every day without change, you will quickly lose interest and your motivation will disappear. Instead, seek new challenges within your daily activities. Once you've mastered a habit, why not make it more challenging? If you exercise regularly, increase the duration or change your routine. If you love reading, explore new genres. Repetition doesn't have to feel monotonous if you introduce variety into the process. The path to continuous improvement is not a straight line, and it's certainly not always easy. There will be days when your motivation fades and you might even feel like giving up. However, it's important to remember that the key is to celebrate small wins, take breaks when needed, and keep going with determination. Every little victory counts. Motivation isn't a fleeting spark, it's a fire that requires consistent effort and patience to keep burning. Even when things get tough, don't lose faith. Each step, no matter how small, moves you closer to your goal. As my father, may he rest in peace, always said, progress doesn't come from giant leaps, but from daily victories, no matter how small they may seem. If you've made it this far, share in the comments how your attitude has changed. I invite you to subscribe, turn on notifications, and comment so YouTube knows that these videos are valuable to you. Your support motivates us to keep creating content that helps people like you. We also recommend checking out the last 2 videos. We truly appreciate your time and support. See you soon in our next video.